Hello. How's everybody? Welcome in. It's that time. It's Elden Ring time. Do I have? Oh, I do. Okay. I was like, do I have the right thing programmed? But I do. What happened to Hugh? Hi, Oni. How are you? Welcome in. Hi, Horseman. Welcome in.
I think we could talk. His only problem. I'll remain. He made me who I'd like to return the cup.
Cute.
Please. Hugh was always saying, so slay the god.
I did already. I already did do that. Should have it, right? Elden Throne. I'm curious. Hopefully she won't teleport to me while I'm being curious. Hi, Tori. Like, what happens if I go here? Can we, like, rebeat the end of the game? Is there a fog wall? No, I can't even enter. Interesting. Very, very interesting. How late did I stream? I only streamed until about 12 because I was in a boss fight at the end of stream, which I lost twice. Yeah, I did the fight twice and I lost. And instead of trying to go through the fight again, I was like, I'm just gonna end, and then next week we'll do some grinding for some levels, because I think I'm under-leveled for this boss. So about 12. Oh, I don't know what they're talking about. I was like, I hate that, yeah. Show my dog? She's sleeping. If she was not asleep, I would show her. Next time she's awake, I'll let you know so you can grab your mom. But you can tell, Oni, you can tell your mom that I will most likely be bringing her to work this week because she's not crate trained yet. Can pet that dog? Do I have a fly? Like, not a gnat, like a fly? That was a big shadow that I just saw out of the corner of my eye. Alright, let me go back to Round Table Hold.
I don't think she could hear me.
I hear you! I hear you! I hear you!
Okay.
Hi!
Hi!
Hi! I literally was like, did I leave deafen on as soon as I said that? And you were like, I don't think she can hear me. I was like, no!
She yapping. Yeah. You wanna go back to the tattoo convention so you entered a competition. Is this the new one that you just got? You're new to two?
New to two?
New to two? Yeah! Wow, that's so fast.
Yeah!
Because you just got it, like, yesterday, right? That's so crazy.
Alias, thank you so much for 11 months. What's up? How are you?
11 months. Thursday. Thursday is yesterday. I don't know what day it is. Hello. Look at us standing on things.
Hello. Yeah, I like to stand on the I don't know what they are. Knives, blades, sticks. I don't know. All right.
I'm pretty sure it's swords.
Yeah, this one doesn't look like a sword. This one looks like it's a pole. An
Maybe
axe.
it's a,
like look, see, like there's like an axe in here, an axe blade. These are different. All right. Shadow Realm. Where are we? What were we doing?
We fought the dude, the man.
Yeah, we finished. So we finished Shadowkeep.
And I think that's where we ended. We ended after fighting that.
Yes. Okay, so
Hi, Nikki.
We have many options.
So,
Excuse me.
just so many voices.
Okay, so it looks like we started to go over here. Because there's a big brown area with some sites of grace explored. We did... Did we get the first... So I don't think we've gone into the hinterlands yet. I don't think we have a thing. I'm just trying to figure out like what we've done and what we haven't done. Because the DLC is not quite as linear. Like we have the entire south region that we haven't touched. Let's go, fuck it, let's go south today.
Hey, I'm down.
All right.
Where are we going?
Gravesite Plain.
Which is where?
Gravesite Plain. It should be in Gravesite Plain.
Oh, yeah. Hi, Tori. It is fucking dope.
I did. I saw the picture of it. It's the Mando with all the rainbows, right? Because that's per derp.
Per derp.
It's per derp. I did see. That's pretty dope. Yeah. I love color tattoos. Like good color tattoos. Oh, beauteous. All right, so we have to go south.
South.
We have nothing to the south.
How much money do I have? 5,000 money.
I have 4,000 money.
Ow! That man was going to attack you, but I was there.
Rude.
Rude. Mushroom. Destruction.
How do we go more south? The one thing about the DLC that's kind of tough is it's very vertical. So it's like there's a lot of like you have to go down to go up, and it's like the map doesn't show that, obviously, you know.
Yeah. Gotta go up, gotta go down. Gotta go up to get down.
Yep, exactly.
Maybe nope. Let's not GG immediately.
Immediately, GG.
Immediately. Oh.
See, like we can see, like you can see.
Yeah,
That's where we need to go. There's so much over there.
But maybe we need to get to whatever that little archway, little path is over here to the left.
Yeah, let's see if we can figure that out. It's against the law, true.
It's
I don't know where this little
law.
cough just suddenly came from.
You're just too excited to hang out with me.
I am. I'm like a little excited little puppy who like the guy that does like.
Nikki, it's in my Discord already.
Discard the.
Discord. How do I jump off things? That's right. I remember.
Don't
I remember
blow.
how to play the game.
Don't blow. Don't do that.
Die.
Hello? Oh, sorry to just completely ruin your kitchen table here.
I'm not sorry.
I know.
Your decoration was horrendous.
Yeah, your decorating skills suck.
Ah! Hello?
What?
Sir, where
What
did
just
you
hit
come
you?
from?
What?
This
What?
man.
Where did he come from, sir?
Oh no, but he attacked me from behind, which is rude. I was just criticizing
You have
your
to obey
layout.
the rules of war, sir.
Yeah.
Jeez.
Oh, a black steel.
Oh look,
pretend?
it literally posted. It posted right above, Nikki. That's so funny. Like her timer went off. Oh no, Andy did it. Andy did it.
Oh, it did both, actually.
Yeah, so your timer went off.
My timer went off and Andy posted the link. Andy, when Nikki joins, can you get her all approved and stuff?
She's a weirdo, but she's a good weirdo. I'll vouch for her.
We have no weirdos in my Discord.
No weirdos.
Ooh, I got a skadoosh over
Oh my
here.
gosh. Can
A
I
skadoosh.
look, see this? Do you see this? Is everyone looking? Is everyone looking at this? You see this?
I'm looking at you from afar. Did you see that? I got a skadoosh.
There's a skadoosh? Okay, I'll come get the skadoosh.
I do have a timer.
This
also.
is what my tattoo is, specifically. It is this plant. My Elden Ring tattoo is this plant specifically.
We switch over to the I was looking at the disc. I was not looking at the multi-twitch. I see.
Yes, it is called a gem, and it is so pretty.
Pretty.
So pretty.
So pretty.
So pretty. Oh yeah, I can't do that in this game. It's this button. Church of Consolation.
A console is a PlayStation.
Did you kill these men, or are these?
These men were murdered already.
Interesting.
3 murdered men.
Interesting. I wonder who pre-murder-tated them. Oh,
look.
I know. Wait. Oh, look, a dugem. See? A dugem.
It's pretty.
A dugem.
A dugem.
All right, so I think I remember. Now we just have to find out where it is. There's a cave that goes down in, and then leads you out into the mountains. So yeah, you're right. So now it's just where?
So the cave will lead us out onto that little bridge.
Yeah, I'm remembering now.
Yes.
Oh no, are we stuck? Oh no, over here. Over here on the other side.
Oh, I was gonna get my horse. Okay,
All
bye.
right, so
Took me out.
yeah, it says I think this way. Does this drop down? I'm trying to like look at like the map in kind of like 3-dimensional. Like, will this drop down? Oh, there's a man here that usually means things. That usually means things.
It means we're gonna murder him. That's what it means.
Oh, I thought you were dead like your friends. I'm sorry.
Right now, suck it, bitch.
Wait, is that it? There's no down? Oh, this totally looked like this was gonna go down.
Julio down by the schoolyard.
Huh.
Goodbye to Rosie.
Kitty fell asleep. Now you're definitely not moving.
Oh, you are stuck forever. Look, another dugem.
Oh my gosh, there's like 2 dugums over here.
Dugem.
Dugum.
Dugem.
Oh wait, is there a spirit spring?
A spurt spring? A spurt spring.
Yeah, because like this, like... This definitely is where we need to be. To get over to here.
Here's the thing.
Here's what thing?
Here's the where we want to get to.
Yeah.
But how?
There's gotta be a down that we're not seeing, or there's gotta be a spirit spring we're not seeing.
A spur sprang.
Spur spring. Because don't forget, in the DLC you have to knock the stones to unlock them.
What?
Remember in the DLC there's like little piles of stones that you have to break for the spirit springs to do spirit spring stuff?
I did not remember that, but
Yeah,
sure.
yeah, yeah. Okay.
Wolfie, you can also go piss girl. Girl piss girl is gender neutral.
Yeah, go piss girl is gender neutral, it is true.
There's something on top of this rock.
What rock?
It's a skull.
A skull.
But it's a glowing skull, so I want it.
Hmm.
Oh, what? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no, no.
What if we go... Alright, I'm gonna look. Wait, what about here? Is that a thing?
Oh.
I put a marker. I'm heading that way to see if... The map looks like maybe that might loop around.
Oh, I got a broken rune. All that.
All that for a broken rune. Beautiful. Hmm. If only Pink had a reliable memory, she could remember this from a year ago.
Oh, no, no, no. This is fun. We're exploring. We're hanging out.
I know, but like we're gonna be going in circles because I just don't. I remember certain things. Like I remember there's a lot of like holes in the ground that you have to go down and through to get back up. Like I remember that it's very vertical, and I remember certain things here and there. But other words, I'm just like, how did I get there? I beat every boss when I played. Oh, there's gonna be an ash over here. I see the statue. A revered spirit Ash.
Oh, I got ahead of you somehow.
Yeah, I saw you go ahead of me. I have these cheap wood shelves I have hung on my wall with alien tape, and the shelf bar is attached to the back of the shelf with 2 tiny screws to get up there. She finally did it. Oh my gosh, that's so funny.
Oh, no.
Well, now she lives there. Sorry, I hate to be the one to tell you this.
Did she knock them down?
Oh, yeah.
Here in the Discord. Let me see.
Oh, okay. So this... Can we go up this way, though? Or can we only go down, though?
Oh, I'm being attacked. Oh my god.
Where?
She's
Where?
on the tiniest of shelves.
Oh.
Sorry, I got distracted. I had to...
No, it's okay. I was coming to help. I just didn't see your marker for a second.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so I want to... Maybe we can go up these gravestones. Like, these gravestones look like you can go down them, but you might possibly be able to go...
They totally look like we can... These look climbable.
But now where? Back there?
She knocks the fake plant off. Well, at least it was a fake plant and not a real plant. Oh!
I know. Oh. Have I found hacks? Hacks? She's hacking? She's gaming? Ah, torrent, please, I beg.
Horse! Oh my god.
She's gaming?
I can... Oh my god, this fucking horse. Just, when you land on the platform, just stop moving. It's not that hard.
She's a gamer. She did it. She's gaming.
Okay, hold on. I'm still trying to get the first jump. Ah! This horse, I swear.
I know.
Oh my god, you fucking horse! Jesus Christ.
I feel like I need to play like Benny Hill.
Oh, Jesus fucking mother. Fucking good, stupid. I'm gonna do it. I got this. No.
No.
No. That's the one. Thank you, Ferret. I knew I had it in my sound alerts. No. 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 No.
I wish I could see more from this angle, but I can't.
Okay. Now, oh my god, what do I do now? Where do I go from here?
So, okay, so how can I... Okay, I don't know how to explain it. So when you get onto the... Okay, so jump back to the first one from where you are, and then there's like 2 parts of the wall that you can jump up, and you can jump on the wall in 2 different places to get to the next higher up gravestone.
Sure. I just need to get back onto the first one. You know, the one that took solid 10 minutes
There you
to
go.
get onto.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, there's like 2 like kind of flat spots on the wall that you can jump up to.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, so there's one right in front of you. I'm sorry, I have stream delay, so.
Oh. Uh-huh.
There you go. Okay, and then you should be able to... Yeah, there you go. She's gaming. She was gaming for a second.
Okay. We're doing so good. Listen, platforming on this fucking horse.
It's hard, guys. It is hard. The horse does not want to go in the direction you tell it to go.
And like you jump onto a thing and it keeps going.
Mm-hmm.
Stop it! Stop it!
No, I have plenty of deaths from my horse just not horsing.
No. Okay.
There you go. There we go.
All right. And then up to that one somehow. I assume. How the fuck?
You should be able to, because the lower one will let you up there.
Mm-hmm. Yep. No.
The horse has killed me so. That's what I'm saying. I have so many deaths from the horse.
No, motherfucking horse. Oh my god. Don't worry, guys. It's only been like 10 minutes. It's fine.
Oh, no. Chat had to watch me try a speedrun jump for like 3 hours one day.
No, Ferret, why would you do no cursing? Okay. Ah, no! Okay. We're doing great. Everything's fine.
Okay.
Okay. Oh no. Okay. No. Okay. We're doing. This is amazing. This is exactly what I was looking for.
But you're getting better at the first jump.
No. No! Horse? I know you have a name, but you don't deserve it.
Oh.
No. No. Okay.
GG climbs a wall. That's the name of this YouTube video.
Yay! Okay. No.
Hold on. Did I tell you the wrong? I'm gonna come back down.
Hello.
Hello. I want to come down and try to do it with you. Make sure. Okay.
Oh.
I think I'm getting like locked into you. Oh wait. Is this the right fucking one? Yeah, this is. Okay. I was like, wait, is this even the right stone? But it is. Okay. Yep.
No.
Here.
Yeah.
Here. And then up. Yes. Oh, you're not doing the second one. So you go here into this little spot, right? And then you go here. And then you can go up to here.
Oh, see, I was going over to the ledge over to the right.
There you go.
Okay. See, I was so...
Okay, Torrent. I did not push that direction.
See? It's not just me.
No, I told you it's not just you.
I was mostly talking to chat.
Oh, yeah.
A few moments later.
Go. Okay. And then from here.
From here to here. Horse! If
There you go. There you go.
No, 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 no.
Yeah, so when you get up to the part that's like really close to the stone, like wait a second and then try to like, cause I don't know how to explain it. Like Torrent will like jump funny if he like just jumped. So like, there you go. So get up there. Now, there you go. Now go. Oh, you were close.
Grumble, grumble, grumble! The sounds that I have to make because I can't use my go-to words. Oh my. Horse. Where did Sophie go?
There we go. Okay. Okay. Now, here.
Oh, where?
You're gonna jump across to the lower. Look at me. To the lower stone.
What?
See, there's two stones put together where I am. You're gonna jump across to the stone that's lower.
Oh yeah, it's gonna go real good.
It will. It will. You'll make it. See? There you go. Okay. Okay. Calm down. And then across. And then I'm gonna go so I don't body block you, but you go right back over here to this land. Okay.
Hey!
Yay! We did it! Sweet victory against a wall. Now we're here.
Sometimes for a boss fight, sometimes it's used for the worst boss fight of all, platforming.
Platforming. Yep. Real gamers.
Ah! Where are we going? I lost you. There you are.
There we go. I was like, there's an evasion here. Where is he? There he is. Oh, hey, 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 hey.
Hey. What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing? What are you doing with that? That's some crazy nonsense.
Stop dodging, you little dodgy bitch. Holy shit. Crazy. Ancient Dragon Man has died.
Ancient Dragon Man.
Gamers. Yeah, so I think there's a cave over here that we have to get into somehow. All these decapitated dragons are totally not anything to be worried about.
No, it's fine.
And suddenly I hate that. Ferret, I also hate that when like they're like, we don't know how to put a puzzle in this part of the game or whatever. Like, let's just make a platforming section. Like, fuck you.
Yeah.
Especially if the game is not a platformer.
Okay.
My skidoo blessing. Wow. Much do I need to level? 206, and I've got 50. Amazing.
Yes, Ferret. Sophie was cleaning my groom. Cleaning my groom? Thank you very much. You're very helpful. I wonder if I can get the microphone to pick up her little purse.
I'm too far, seriously. Oh, you bitch. No, 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 I'm sorry I called you bitch.
Oh. I helped.
Murder his bones.
Oh no.
Murder his bones.
No. I forgot about the bones. I got distracted.
Alright, so there's two ways to go. There's that way, and then there's this way. Ah, a man!
Human bone shard.
Who man?
Who man?
Who man?
Who man bone shard?
Wait, this looks like this is continuing. What's this other just like rando hole? Ooh woo.
Ooh woo.
Ooh woo. Oh, it was not really a hole. It was. Oh, thanks for the smithing stone one. For 6 of them. For 6 of them.
They're like, listen, we think you're really gonna need these.
Well, it makes sense because they introduce so many new weapons in the DLC. So like it makes sense that they're like, here's upgrade materials. But at the same time, it's like, bro, yeah.
Cool thing. Look at all these things I could fall off of.
Ah, man. A man had struck me.
I got him. Don't worry.
Good.
I saved your life.
He did. A man behind you.
A 2-man.
The
Double
2-man,
man.
bro. Oh my gosh. I can't even. I keep hitting the wall. Beautiful.
Extra man. Well, there's a hole in the wall over here, over here. There's a hole in the wall. Oh,
But
that's where we came in?
No, there's a man there. An alive man? What? So how do we get down? Do we jump here?
Well, there's another way here.
Ah, this is
also
down.
Yeah.
Oh, so this is not the same way we came in. I don't think.
Nar. No, nar. A man! Get fucked!
Please no. I'm just a baby.
No!
God, you guys do so much damage.
So much. Ow, you poor. Oh, does that count? Oh, I'm done. Okay, good. I don't pay attention.
So there's an up and a down. Where does up go?
Up and down.
Oh, a magma worm.
Oh, no, no, no. Hello, sir. It was just for the climbing part anyways. I mean, that's fair. Sir. Do not. Ow, ow, ow. Don't hurt me. Don't hurt me.
Sir, no, no, no. Sir, how do you feel about the moon?
Moon.
Oh, I was drinking.
Have you heard the good word about
underneath.
moon?
I am underneath. Sir, have you heard the word of our Lord and Savior Moon?
Boo! Get bleeded on, bitch. Ow. You just fucking body stomped me. That was rude.
Wow, he just spit at me.
That's also rude.
I got him, I think. Yeah, I got him. I got him. I got T-Bat. I think I did. Whoa. An ancient dragon smithing stone.
Wow.
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 Is that, yeah, that's all the...
My antlers, we got them from underground.
Yeah, you get them in Shofra River. You get them from one of these singing ancestor worshiper things. Down where like you fight like the deer, like the big ancestral spirit. Down there, there's a singing enemy down there who you get those antlers from.
We made it a very special mission to
We
get
were
them,
very underleveled when we got those.
because they are cute.
Yes.
I wanted to be pretty.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
But we did it eventually.
Mm-hmm.
After dying.
Bye.
Oh. Bye.
You have to jump down.
I know. I was just waiting. Hi.
Hi. All right.
I was just watching your little name get smaller.
Smaller and smaller and smaller. All right. I don't have a lot of healing left, but that's fine.
Me neither.
There's a stake right there, so if we die, come back.
Oh. You may now challenge the area boss. Oh, it's a man.
It's the real man of the man we just fought. Zone.
Have you ever
Get
considered
absolutely
not
stun
doing
locked
that?
out of your attack there, bud. So if we do it and we don't let him heal, it's gonna be amazing because he has a heal that he can't do because he's a bitch.
And because he's dead.
All right, Mimic, chill. He's dead.
Oh, I forgot to bring out my mimic.
Because you're a gamer.
Dragon Hunter's Great Katana.
That's actually not a bad katana, to be totally honest.
Yeah.
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 Use? Why can I not use?
You can't. You have to equip it. You don't use it like that.
I am so stupid. Remember?
Do you remember how to play Elden Ring?
Game? Remember? Where is it?
It's its own category now. It's great katanas should be the only one on the line.
There we go.
Can you use it? Do you have the stats for it?
I think so.
Yeah, strength 15, dex 20, yeah.
Oh, that's the wrong button.
Use the Ash of War, it's kind of cool. But if you hold it, it charges.
It's kind of dope.
Yeah. It's specifically really good against dragons. Which makes sense, it's a dragon hunter katana.
Dragon Hunter.
Dragon hunter.
Katana.
Katana. Okay, can we rest? Do I have enough? Oh my god, I do.
I need 10,000, so hold on. I'm gonna take care of that real quick. We have all these membrances.
Yeah, if you're not gonna use the weapon, you can spend them.
I don't know what they are though.
Oh, true. We'll have to go back to round table at some point.
1,000 runes. I kind of want to go anyway, so to upgrade this katana.
Katana? Well, that's cool, because that means that I can take her OUT.
Oh my god. I need 400 more.
Oh
Hold on.
my gosh.
Oh my god. Do you want me to just run to there real quick while you do that real fast?
I'll just meet you there so that way there's no
Okay.
there's no risk of getting attacked by anything.
That's probably smart.
All right, guys, I'm going to let Ellie out. Does everyone is anyone here who hasn't seen Ellie and wants to see her?
Possibly on my stream. Check out the multi-twitch so you can see Pig's new baby.
You guys want to see Ellie? Here's Ellie. Here, let me go big screen.
Ellie.
This is Ellie.
Oh my
Here's
gosh,
Ellie,
she's
girl. She's so little. She's so little. She's so little. This is Ellie. Ellie. She's so look. This is how little she is. Literally, like, she's so little. She's a little teeny. She's a teacup chihuahua. So she's only 12 weeks, so she is not full grown, but she will not get very much bigger than this. She probably will get around between like 3 and 5 pounds. And she's like 1.5 pounds right now. So, all right, I'm gonna let her outside because I just woke her up and I want to get her in the habit of going potty right after she wakes up. So we'll be back in a few minutes, guys.
Oh, I need to level up. That's right. I was doing something before I got distracted by a small tiny baby. What do I need to do? Do I want to be able to do more fuppas? Or more strengths? Or more hips? Or more dex? Do more damage? Crochet baby boots yesterday? Oh my god, did you make some? Who is new baby? Just let me drop everything. Good gosh. Come on, ma'am. Leveling shit up is over here? No. Is over here? Does somebody have an unexpected child? Strengthen armament. Oh, this is a somber. 5. Oh, I need more money. Okay. Huh, that is a small world. An old coworker. That is also a new coworker. Let's do like 2 of those. It was very expected, but earlier than expected. Got it. Oh, this needs a... Oh. Ancient dragon smithing stone. Hell yeah. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. My katana is super cool now. Super cool katana. Super cool. I just like I need baby booties yesterday. Like, okay, I can't go back in time, mother. Welcome back. Hello? Ah. Enter Coliseum combat. That feels like something I shouldn't do. She doesn't have any time to visit her till Tuesday. That does seem a little bit more fire drilly than necessary. Yeah.
Okay, we are back.
Welcome back.
Just give her a second to settle in. She's kind of still pacing around.
Sure. She's just a baby.
She is just a baby. You gonna lay back down? Hmm?
Does she hang out in your room with you while you're streaming?
Yeah, she has a bed under my desk.
Whoa.
Where you going, little thing? Where you going, Miss Thing?
Miss Thing.
I'm afraid to move my chair though. She's so small.
I get that.
Come on. Oh, that's a good girl, Ellie. Be nice and comfy.
The kitten decided to get off you? Good, Wolfie. I'm glad that you're not trapped for forever.
That's a good girl, Ellie girl.
Because you would have been trapped for forever.
You
got my katana.
You don't
all
want to
up.
lay down now? Is that what's going on?
It's all leveled up. I even went all the way to it needed the somber ancient dragon one.
Wow.
Wow.
Lay back down, sweetie thing. I'm sorry I woke you up. I just want you to not pee in my house.
A ridiculous request.
I know, apparently. Alright, maybe if I just go back to it, she'll settle it. Alright. We were in... This
Dragon's Pit
Terminus. I'm afraid
Think,
it's
how did
Terminus,
you
guys.
find each other. A question from Andy.
Oh, Andy, I told this story to Gigi before stream, but I will tell it again. So, I'll tell you how we got her, and I'll actually tell you, like, how I was introduced to her. So, my mom called me when I was driving home from work yesterday. And she's like, how far away are you? And I was like, oh, I'm still about 30 minutes. Like, I'm by this place, whatever. And she's like, I'm kind of hungry. Are you feeling like pizza or something? And I was like, yeah, I can stop somewhere and pick up a pizza on the way. Whatever. And she's like, all right, well, let me know once you get like 15 minutes from home and I'll like put the order in. And I was like, okay, whatever. So I call her, let her know. I'm like, yeah, I'm passing this place right now. Like, you know, I'll go pick up the pizza, whatever. So the pizza was a ruse, basically. The pizza was a ruse because my mom was going to go get the dog.
Should have also gotten pizza.
But I did get pizza.
Okay.
So it was very mom and very Facebook. Like, she was like literally recording me as I walked in the door. And she had Ellie in her hands with a huge, like way too big pink ribbon on her. And she just went, happy birthday. And right out of a Facebook video, I just started ugly crying. Because if you, for those who don't know in Gigi's chat, my Chihuahua passed away in March. My Chihuahua was 13 and he passed in March. So I've had a very big emotional hole in my heart for a few months. Yeah, so I just started sobbing, crying. But the story of how Ellie came to be is a very, very sad one. It's very unfortunate. But she was quite literally abandoned in the house 2 doors down from us, has a fenced-in backyard, and she was just abandoned in their backyard. So.
Murdered.
I'm convinced that they actually meant to put her in my backyard and they just got the wrong house.
Are we gonna fight this dragon?
Yeah, you have a dragon katana. Look how much damage that does to Dargans.
Ow. Okay. But, like, don't.
I'm not hitting him at all because he's too far. She is teething the hell out of everything, though. Like, I actually bought her teething toys, which is great. But she likes everything. She likes blankets. She likes my hair. She likes, like, she chews on fucking everything. Oh, you're dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
He hit me with his tail as I was drinking a potion, so.
Yeah, that'll do it. You missed.
Blast me with fire. Take me out of this cruel world.
Come on.
You killed me in 2 seconds. You can't kill Pink.
He just got stunned on his own fucking friend's dead body. You missed. Jeez, thank you. Oh my gosh.
I die so fast that it takes forever for whatever
Ellie,
it was
don't,
to kill.
don't chew that. Oh.
I'm gonna chew everything. Everything will get chewed.
She's chewing the tag on the blanket.
Does Take America there?
No. Apparently not.
That's some bullshit.
Apparently there is not.
Some bullshit. Well,
Some
at least
bullshit.
I just spent like so many runes.
Yeah, I don't have a lot of runes either, so. I think I had like 2,000.
Hello, Cello. I'll get my runes first. And then we can wake up the dragon.
Oh, he woke up. I think I got too close.
Oh.
We'll throw the moon at him. I will throw the moon at him again. And then I will throw the moon at him one more time.
Moon.
He has been mooned thrice.
Thusly.
Therefore... No. Yes, get stunned by whatever the fuck just stunned your ass.
It was me.
Yes.
I'm stuck on his wing.
I got his eyeball. I stabbed eyeball.
Stabby ball.
Stab a ball.
Baby ball.
Wow, GG, you are melting him. I see each of your bashes do. Chunks, yeah. Can you? I don't think I can get there. Can you get there?
Trying, I'm doing my best. I got stuck on his wing again, you little bitch! Oh, you whore.
Oh, he bit my face.
Did you die?
Ah, died standing up.
Do you just kill him?
Yeah, go for it. Hell yeah.
Got him. Got him.
The fact that he killed me during the stand-up animation is bullshit.
He's bullshit. Is there no grace here?
I guess not.
Okay, hold on. I guess I could fast travel back.
Doesn't matter. It's all good.
I'm gonna, because I don't remember where it was.
Okay. I have to pick up my runes anyway, so. My so many runes.
My so many runes.
Oh, she's thrashing.
She thrashing.
She playing with her chew toy and she thrashing.
Kill it. Murder it.
You died. I am falling through the earth. Thank you. Wow. Okay.
Hello.
Hello.
Only got like 90 something thousand.
Yeah.
Not a ton.
He's
but
not like a major boss.
not a small chunk either.
Nothing to laugh at, you know.
Nothing to sneeze about.
My runes.
Why so many rooms?
My so many runes.
I murdered the fuck out of that dragon.
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
All right. Now, I think we can go to the south. Can we also go this way? Where you're going?
No.
No?
There's just things.
Just stuff and things.
Stuff and things and things and stuff. There's what's over here. Oh yeah, the way you're going. That's what I was wondering about.
To the east.
The east.
The east.
Oh no, that's just a tumbleweed. I thought it was a beetle. But it was not a beetle.
A beetle. Wait, is this progressing? So what's to the south then?
Is this progression?
I think so, because there's a finger ruins down there.
I don't know. Do you want to go check out the south?
Yeah, let's go look to the south.
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 South. North.
North, south, east, west.
East. West.
East, west.
I like all of the lava.
Yeah, it's like
Around here.
hardened. Yeah.
Lava!
Lava.
It's pahoy hoy.
She's fucking. She is thrashing down there. Holy, maybe she'll wear herself out.
Is this a cow?
No, it is a ram.
Oh, he's angry. Oh, he made such a sad sound.
We don't have to kill them.
Yeah. Didn't get anything from him anyway. It's totally pointless.
Nah.
We
They
just
will
murdered.
try to kill you though, so just keep an eye out.
Okay.
What is over here? Is this also a progression? Oh, this is the dragon communion. Okay.
Got the dragon communion?
Yeah, you commune with dragon.
Oh, sure. Can I after I just murdered one of them?
Yes, we got their hearts when we murdered them.
Oh. Become one with dragon. Examine alt. Communion with bile. Ritual of dragon communion. Bile's tyranny. I don't have enough arcana for any of these.
Well, we don't have Bale's heart either.
And then the other one, ghost flame breath.
Oh
I
my
don't have
gosh,
enough-
that's scared. She hasn't barked yet, and she just barked to get my attention. I thought she hurt herself. Your bark is so little. Do you hear it? Chat, can you hear it?
Oh,
Do you hear it?
small baby.
What?
Oh no.
What are you doing? You want to come off? Say hi. You say hi? Yeah? Just want to hang out? Do you just want to hang out? I know, you love kissing on me. I know. I know, my love. I know.
Do I devour the draconic essence or I do not partake? I wasn't listening to what she was saying. because there was a puppy.
Well, understandable. I've never done it. If you want to try it, I've never done it.
What is it?
I don't know. I've never done it.
What was she talking about? I wasn't paying attention.
So there are some people in this world who may or may not be
Fuck
in... Yeah. That's kind of what I was about to say.
Do it, chicken. Oh my goodness.
She does have puppy breath, and I love it. Her puppy breath hasn't turned into stinky butthole breath yet.
I'm gonna do it.
Do it.
Oh, I'm not in the game. As it should be. Seek the jagged peak. Oh. Bail the oldest of all dragons. And I mean slay the beast. His giant throbbing heart.
Yep, that's the one.
Placidusax, didn't I murder him?
Wait, why did it pull me in?
Why did you in?
Oh, I just got the dragon's blessing too, I guess. No, please don't chew that, Ellie.
Into the same...
Ellie, don't chew that.
Oh, Sophie hunted a hair tie. Did you bring it for me? Okay, she's done.
Ellie, please don't chew my headphones.
Sophie is a vicious hunter. What's up here?
Ellie. Ellie.
Ellie. There's stuff down here. What's over here? There's more stuff. Foul bale. What's this? Dragon communion harpoon.
Harpoon.
Harpoon. Hi.
Hey, stop that. Ellie. Thank you. Here, chew this. You can't flail, though. You're in my arms. You can only flail when you're in bed.
Oh, nope. Bad idea.
Ellie, no.
I don't think I can. Can I
Ellie.
jump there from here?
Ellie, please.
Can I jump there from here? No. Can I jump there from here? Sophie, it's up there. You know where it is. Schwab
She's
gravel
obsessed with my hair, though.
As she should be. It's pink.
Oh. Well, GG'd. And she is no longer on this plane of existence.
It had to happen eventually.
It did.
But, you know, at least, like, you know, we were close to a graze.
Yeah.
She did GG'd around and found out. Sure did. GA and GO.
G around and G out. Is there not a grace over here?
Where we are?
I
Wait, where are you?
I jumped on the other side of the dragon.
Other side of the...
Yeah. You'll see red flowers.
I mean, I died on the other side of the dragon. Whee! Oh, this is lovely.
It's lovely.
Lovely.
Yeah, like, to go to the dragon's feet. His little peetsies.
Charo's hidden grave.
Yeah, that's where we're at. Yeah, and I haven't found a Grace yet. Oh, I see you now.
Grace!
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 This reminds me of Ghost of Tsushima.
Oh, have you played Ghost of Tsushima, Mother?
Oh, I love that game so much.
Do you?
I just remembered that the second game is coming out soon.
Ellie, please.
Grace! Oh no.
Ellie, you have so many other things to chew, and you just want to chew the headphone cord. Stop.
Are you?
Ellie. No. No. Thank you.
Where are you?
I'm not moving because I'm dealing with Ellie.
I know, but it's not giving me a good, like, location on where you're at.
Alright, I'm gonna come to where my compass says you are. Ellie. Ellie. Okay, so compass says you're here. Are you up or are you down? That's the question.
I'm probably up, I assume?
Okay. Oh, that's a big burb.
I don't see any barb. Your name is all flickery, so I wonder if the connection's
Yeah,
not
your name is flickering as well, so you're clearly not here.
Floating in the air in the distance. I don't think that's right. I found you.
Do you see the big? Yeah, I was like, I'm at the big bird statue.
So I'm gonna disconnect real quick.
Oh, okay. I'm probably gonna die because of these birds.
Oh.
Ellie.
Well, we'll see if we respawn.
My love.
Well, no, you're in a different grace.
Can I put you in the bed, please? Listen, I love you so very much, but I need to I need to play.
There she goes again. Racing through my brain, and I just can't contain this
Are you
feeling.
sleepy enough? Are you sleepy enough? Can I put you down? No? Huh? Are you sleepy now? No?
Do, 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 do.
Ellie.
Do, do, do.
I can't tell if she's restless or if she just wants my attention. Probably both.
The red flowers or the blue flowers?
Oh, the blue flowers is a different area.
Okay.
So the red flowers is Charo's hidden grave. The blue flowers is the Cerulean coast.
Yeah. I'm in the red flowers. I was just seeing if maybe I was just in the wrong place.
Here I come. Oh, I see you. I actually, like, see you.
I see you. Excuse me.
I saw you in the distance.
In the distance.
I can go the distance.
Oh, it's a man!
Oh, no.
Oh. It's a boatman.
Oh, yes.
Where'd he go?
He teleports.
Oh. Well, he's gone forever.
No, he's not gone forever. He's just teleported somewhere else because he's a bitch.
He's a bitch. Why do you even put a waterfall here if you're not going to put something behind it? What the little stupids.
Hello. I see you this time.
Hello. It's the Grace.
I don't know. There is a Grace here. It's the boatman now. But I want my runes back first. I know there is a Grace in Charo's hidden grave. I just don't know where the fuck it is.
No, 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 no. Oh, no! Oh, no! I made a mistake!
Oh, no.
I engaged with the boatman.
No, not the boatman.
Ow. And its scary spider-like friends are attacking
Scary
me.
spice? Oh, no.
Ma'am, your head is not supposed to turn in that direction. Oh, no, no, no. I'm dead.
Oh no.
There she goes.
Oh no. Boatman, did you kill my friend?
No, his friend did.
Don't summon friends. That's rude.
The wrong direction. I didn't like it. And I just can't contain.
Who's shooting at me?
Is it the boatman?
No, the boatman is not shooting. It is some other a-hole. This a-hole.
Not the a-hole.
Mm-hmm. The A-est of holes. Oh, this man.
The man with the head turned the wrong direction?
Yeah,
You murdered him?
Yeah, I'm drawing a blank on what they're called.
They're called little bitch.
Revenant. It's a revenant. Yes, it took me a second.
Little bitch.
Where did you go, boatman?
Very boatman.
Where did you go, boatman? Ellie!
Feeling very slow all of a sudden. Oh no, I'm crouched. Why am I crouched? There you go. Jonathan Boatman.
Jonathan B. Oatman.
Boatman. Oh. I thought that I had just drowned, but I didn't. Not again.
Where is he, for real? Like, he's gotta stay in, like, the areas that's got water. Water.
Where?
Ellie, what?
Yeah, Mr. Boatman. Where are you? Where's the map for this area?
It looks like here. Here. Oh, that's very much below. Wait, can I get below from here? Wait, can I go here? Will this kill me? It did not kill me. Oh my gosh.
Got distracted. Oop.
Ted E. Bear. Yeah, exactly. Jonathan B. Oatman.
Ow. Don't.
Map.
Ow! What? I'm
Map.
still getting used to this new attack.
Alright, I'm gonna cheat for a second, guys. And I'm gonna look where the fuck the grace is. Where's the grace? I know there's one grace in Charo's hidden grave.
I died.
Oh no.
I was murdered by a man.
A man.
A man?
Idol, set of grace. Okay. Charo's hidden graves grace is... That's dumb.
I am not the one who died. I was murdered.
It's right here? It's right here, I guess. Okay.
It's not my fault I was murdered. Or are you talking about Pink looking up the side of the grace? That's what's making.
That's not very gamer of me. Yeah, it's me. It's me looking up the grace. It was me. Yeah.
I should have known. Not everything's about me. It's fine.
God,
Sorry.
GG. I hear something.
Oh.
Huh? A dragon just landed on me. I'm okay.
A dragon?
Yeah, it's okay. I'm fine. Everything's fine.
Where are you? I don't even know where you are.
I don't know. I went looking for the Grace, and now I'm so far. I'm coming back, though. I'm just running away from this dragon.
There's men.
Yeah, I'm running away from this dragon.
Oh, that's the Cerulean coast.
Yeah. Okay, I'm coming back to here. Can you see my marker for number 5? That's where the Grace is, apparently, if you can see my marker.
There you go. Oh, the boatman is back.
He's probably almost dead, right?
Nope, full health.
What? You
Well-
teleport away and fucking heal, or what? What the fuck?
Oh, there's the
Cheapy.
Christ. Whee! Touch Grice.
Guys! Yay! Okay, so now, what do we do in...
We need to murder this boatman because he sucks.
Yeah. First of all, we shall murder the boatman.
Skeleton, don't. Oh shit. That fucked him up immediately.
Boatman. Oh, he disappeared. What a bitch. I think he's coming to you. Oh no, he's over here.
Jonathan Boatman. Jonathan Boatman.
Ah, the Revenant's back. I would prefer if you weren't. Oh my god, are you joking with me?
Ow, 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 ow. No, 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 no. Don't. Why am I not attacking? I was standing there and I wasn't attacking. What?
Torrent just killed me.
But your runes!
Yep.
Oh no.
I literally got on Torrent and he like did the run thing and went right off the edge of this cliff.
Oh, little bitch. I'm very sorry.
It's okay. It was only 111,000. It's fine.
I'm very familiar.
It's fine.
It's fine. Don't even worry about it. It's fine.
I didn't need those runes.
I can level up with pure verbs.
I have other runes.
I can get different ones.
I can have other runes. It's fine. No, don't do that.
Don't.
Oh, he already did it. He called. Well,
and the
shit.
reference is here.
Stop that. You stop that right now, sir.
Don't. Stop. Okay, got the Revenant.
Okay, I got the boatman.
These guys are little bitches.
A cookbook.
A cookbook.
A cookbook. Alright, so...
There were men over here that murdered me, but...
There's way more over here. Like, what else is in the grave?
The Grive?
The grave. Alright, so that's the Cerulean coast.
Cerulean.
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 Blue bloob. Okay,
Be a
where's
big bird
the
there.
hole? What is in the hole? Oh, look, here's my fucking no runes from falling. Thank you for that.
Hello?
Hello?
Something. Oh, things just came to
Ah!
life.
Birds!
No.
Birds!
Fuck. Oh, who is attacking me right now? Oh, this big bird. Hello.
That is a big bird.
Ow.
Oh, you're fighting the big bird? Okay.
I mean, it fought me.
Fair. Let me get this little bird first, though. Okay. Little bird, is eliminated. Oh my god, another little bird. Okay, other little
Zone.
bird eliminated. Zone it. You hit harder than I would prefer.
There you are.
No
Ow,
bird.
ow, 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 ow. No.
What?
Did you die?
Yes, but what hit me?
I think there was another bird that came out to play. Oh, this attack is dope, but it uses a lot of stamina.
Stamina? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's like I said, it's really good for dragons specifically.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, focus on my mimic. Oh. Well, I did focus on my mimic. Is this bird secretly a dragon?
Might be.
Oh, damn. Damn. Oh.
Oh, I heard that. I looked down for a second, but I heard the scream.
Oh.
Oh. Oh. Oopsies.
I wonder if blood would be better.
Blood.
Blood. At the very least, I feel like I wouldn't have as much stamina used so quickly. You are floating.
No. That's simply your imagination.
Simply your imagination.
That is simply your imagination.
Which one was I using? Oh, the blood milady. Let's try. Let's just see if this is better.
The blood melody.
Milady.
Melody.
Milady.
Milady.
I just wanted my worlds. I didn't want to start shit.
You son of a bitch. What the? Bro, it's such... Okay, at least he can kill. He'll kill the other birds, I guess. But he's so focused on me right now, I can't even heal.
I'm coming. Oh, that's right. I have a different weapon. Which is closer range than what I was just using. Stop moving. I want to attack you. Ow, he just pecked me.
These guys are really weak to holy, which I don't think either of us have.
No.
Oh yeah, because we had to do that. Remember that one in the mountains that we both had to change?
Well, you had to change.
Yeah.
I didn't have anything I could change to. Because I don't have any holy shit. Where's his face? Give me his face. There he is.
Oh.
This guy's got exploding bullshit. Oh no!
What? He got me with the swipe.
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 You know what? I'm good. It's time to bring out the mimic. Oh, that was a terrible idea. And then I immediately died.
Immediately.
One baby booty done. Why do most babies need to have 2 feet? Don't want to make another one. Oh, no.
Booty.
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 Booty, 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 booty. Rocking
Rocking
everywhere.
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 It's just rocking all over the place.
All around town. Bring it around town.
Around town. Alright, should we kill all the birds first?
Maybe, but I want my runes. I'm afraid of them.
Fair. Whomst are you shooting at, sir? No! 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 My runes! These birds have like crazy sniper.
Got that bird. He's just looking at me. And he looked at me.
I looked at him.
And he looked at me. And I looked at him. And he looked at me. And I looked at him. Hello, sir. Don't. Why are you pecking me? That's kind of rude.
I know. I hate it. I might put a different weapon on. Just for him.
This guy sucks and he has to die.
Yeah, he does have to die. Oh wait, there's another enemy that I might leave holy on. Oh, there's 2 more enemies. Okay, I might leave holy on for a bit.
It's put in tarts. Ow! Ow! What just got me? Ow! Don't.
A fucking bird
Another
behind.
bird!
I know. Like, so I was like, we need to get the birds first.
I'm trapped. But I think they come back, or they spawn, because I don't know where those birds came from.
They're like pretending to be the statues, which makes it hard. The Bronte sisters, Anne, Charlotte, and Emily.
Bronte.
I can't wait for somebody to be like, what is Ellie short for? Eleanor? And I'm like, elephant.
Can't you tell?
Doesn't she look like an elephant?
She's so large. And in charge.
That's like almost like when people are in gangs and they're named Tiny. And they're usually not tiny. Oh my gosh, is he just spinning in circles but not moving for you? That was so funny. I don't know if, oh my gosh.
The Deathray bird?
Yes. He like was like in his exact like pose, like his pose didn't move, but he was like flying, so he was just like in a circle. Yes, it is Ellie from, yes, it is she is named after Ellie from The Last of Us, yes.
However.
Oh, I didn't change my weapon like I wanted to. Fuck me. Alright, well. Great.
I got my runes.
Alright, so let's get rid of this for... am I blind? Am I stupid? Where's... sword? Here it is.
Who's attacking?
Wait,
her?
this isn't it. Where did I not get this weapon? I'm so confused right now.
Oh.
It's okay. I'm just gonna die so I can change my weapon. And I'm not seeing it, and I feel like that's crazy. I feel like I definitely got this weapon. The fuck is it called?
I mean, you were using holy shit like a bit ago. Oh,
I know. I need a second to find this weapon.
yeah, no worries.
I feel like I definitely... It's the weapon you get for beating Elden Beast. And I feel like I definitely redeemed it.
Elden Beast. Which one was Elden Beast?
The final boss.
Oh. Sure, that makes sense.
Oh, no, I haven't turned it in because there's Elden Remembrance. Okay, that makes sense. I could have sworn I used it just recently. Alright, so let me... No, I could just put... I'll just put Holy on my Uchigatana.
Okay.
Sacred.
Sacred.
Okay, it is sacred.
It's sacred night.
Sacred. Sacred blade. Okay.
Gonna go around back so I can get my runes.
Are you also weak to sacred?
Don't look at me. I'm not here for you. I mean, I am. But later.
I mean, I am, but mostly just for your boss. Alright, there's gotta be more burbs. Bird, I'm not even over there. Like,
don't.
Chill.
Ow, what?
Oh, are you over there? Oh, you are.
Me?
Yeah, it's you. You did it. It's you.
Ow.
It's okay, I'm coming. Whoa, okay, so what hit me from behind? A fucking bird. Where did you come from?
Like I said, they just kind of appear. Ow. Oh, okay. I am dead.
Yeah, seriously, another fucking bird.
Did you die?
No.
No. I am respawning. Oh, that doesn't make any sense.
Don't question it.
I'm not gonna. I still have the health bar. Interesting.
Okay, he's gonna shoot.
Oh,
yeah.
okay. Maybe don't do that then?
We're only a +7, by the way. We have missed some stuff. You can get to +12.
Good douches?
No, our flasks. Like, our flasks can heal so much more.
Oh. Ooh. Oh my god.
That's crazy.
This one shot murdered me. You got him, he's so close to death.
So am I, though.
Yeah, but he's worse. I mean, you were worse, but he's worse. Manifest. Oh.
Okay. I swear I dodged, but sure. Sure. Burbs come from eggs. Eggs.
Egg.
Eggs. Egg. Well, I wish their eggs would stop aching and
I wish their eggs would stop turning into dumb birds.
dumb birds. I'm gonna
Dumb birds.
fucking mimic. I don't even give a fuck. Enjoy my mimic, asshole.
You already back?
Yeah.
Yeah, I just loaded back in.
Yeah.
It takes so long.
Well, because I have to load. Oh, my game just crashed. I have to load before you can even start loading.
Your game just crashed?
Yeah.
Okay. How am I still here?
You probably won't be for long.
Oh, it's flickering. A connection error occurred.
Oh no, how'd that happen?
Oh no, what a surprise. Let me know when you're back.
Okay, I am back. I am going to small pot. Tiny great pot.
Tiny great pot?
Open to Wanders. Okay.
Use? Join as Wanderer. Connecting.
Connecting.
Hello!
Hello, welcome to my world.
I'm a Wanderer.
You come here often?
Yeah, actually. About once a week. Oh no, don't murder me. I have so many runes. Oh my god.
Why? Up
If
my
this bird
butthole so bad.
Your butthole?
Yes, like I'm trying to heal and I'm getting like fucking chain attacked by these birds. I'm already down to 5 heals because of these fucking birds.
God. Stop, huh? Hello.
Okay.
Oh, but he's moving towards me all slow and creepy like. Don't. You fuck. You absolute fuck. Skeet up, butt up, butthole. Okay, sir, I'm just trying to stop.
I'm running.
No. The jack shit. Okay. His health went down 0. Sitting here, I was like, why am I getting so hot? It hasn't been hot in here, and I didn't turn on my air conditioner.
Oh.
You know,
That'll do
like
it.
a dummy.
I'm stuck. No.
You got this. Avenge me.
Stop dodging. All right. Okay. You're so cool. Okay. Oh my God. That's half my fucking health, bro.
Oh no, no, no.
Stop yelling
Why
at
is
me!
he so angry?
How do you dodge everything, you son of a bitch? I have no more healing.
Oh no. Get him in the butt! Murder him in the butt! Oh no, he's gonna throw shit at you.
Yeah.
Oh.
Look at how much health he had left.
If I had done literally any damage to him,
It's fine.
then it
It's
would have been
that
great.
part where I got stuck really kind of fucked me.
Yeah. Skeet up, butt up,
Burr.
butthole. How you check your butthole? Skeet up, butt up, butthole.
Skeet up, bud up.
Skid up, butt up,
Skadap, bud up, butthole.
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 I didn't make it past here. Sir? Don't attack my friend. It's not nice.
Okay. I got it. I got it.
This man is a fake one.
Here he appears. Okay. What?
No! Ah! No! Ah! No! Ah!
Birds!
No! Ow, don't. Why are you looking at me? I'm not even looking at you right now. Don't. Oh, no, 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 no. No, 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 no. Get distracted. Okay, he got distracted. Mimic. Heal. And now we murder. We attempt to murder. Ouch. Whoa.
Like that your mimic is throwing fire pots.
Yeah, because I have them in my inventory from when I don't have his big bar.
Alright, so we probably don't want to kill him then if you don't have his bar.
Probably. Well.
Okay, I'm coming, I'm coming.
Follow me.
Here I come.
Wait for me. I'm coming. Wait for me. I'm coming with you.
There we go.
All right.
Okay, let's get this bird there.
Hades Town mentioned. Uh-huh.
Okay, let's get this bird there.
What? Musical theater in my stream? Couldn't be.
Never.
Never heard of it.
That's never happened before.
Literally.
Widowy?
Ow, ow. No, 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 no. I need my runes. No, no, no. Sir, no. Move your butt. Ow. Don't look at me.
Gravestone.
What you doing? Come out here. Come out from behind these things. By things, I mean graves.
Don't yell at me. That's right.
Got him.
Bitch. Yelling at people. Fucking rude ass. Rude ass.
Hell yeah. We got him.
Rude ass.
We got him.
230,000.
Oh, shit. I could level up twice. So let's do that real quick.
Yeah.
Wow. That was many.
That was so many runes.
So many runes.
So many runes. I'm glad we did that.
Oh, yeah, shit. So how do we get more flasks? Or the level up our flasks?
We have to go get more,
Seed?
no, not Seeb, the sacred tears.
Hmm.
Which means we missed some choices, I think. But we should probably do that because
Yeah.
it's not a bad idea to get more health. Alright, so I guess it's probably just churches that don't have graces in them, huh?
Grice.
Guys, like, have we done that one? See, not all of them have graces in them, too, which is the other thing. Did that one for sure. This one, I'm pretty sure we've gone to, but we can check that. Just because I don't quite remember.
Sure.
See, I'm pretty sure we've been to these. This one we might not have been to. That one we've been to. Alright, so I guess let's go do a little side adventure here. So first we're gonna check the baptismal church. So we'll go to Castlemorn Rampart, I guess, maybe.
In...
Weeping Penis Eula.
Okay. Where?
In Weeping Peninsula, Castlemorn Rampart. Oh, I guess it's Weeping might be under Limgrave.
Limgrave?
Limgrave.
Oh, yeah. Where did you go to again?
Castlemorn Rampart.
I was reading so many different words, and I was like, none of these
Look like the right words.
None of these are words. I don't understand.
Alright, so... How do we get there, though?
You might ask yourself.
Can
How
we
do
get this way?
Look at these. Remember when I chased down squirrels?
Yeah, I do remember that.
What a time.
What a time to be alive.
Ow. Weird. I'm not fighting rats. Sorry.
Don't fight rats. That's gross.
Ow. You did no damage to me, sir. Like, make better choices.
Ah! Yep, here's one in here. Okay, so there's a tierb.
A tierba?
Tierba. Okay, next. Alright, I'm pretty sure we've been here, but let's go to Folly on the Lake in Liurnia. This is months ago now at this point, like
Months ago.
months. Ooh, my Starbees is here.
Ooh.
My Starbees is here. All right. Hopefully I can go grab it without waking her up. Let's go see. Oh, I see her eyes already open. All right, I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. Wait for me, I'm coming. Wait for me, I'm coming. So what kind of plans does everybody have this weekend? You doing anything fun? I'm just doing this. And then going to Costco tomorrow. You know, the usual. So much fun. Game on your new PC? Ooh, what you gonna play? Well, when did you get it? And what is the first game that you played on your new PC?
Okay, I am back.
Welcome back!
She did get up. But hopefully she'll settle back down. Okay. We're going to vibe. Vibe. I'm pretty sure we've been here, but who fucking knows at this point?
Who fucking knows?
Game on your new PC? What are you playing? Schedule
More
one.
Schedule 1? Hell yeah.
Yeah.
First game on it was American Truck Sim. Amazing.
Class that ends on the 11th. You're almost done.
Rude. You knocked me over. That whore. Hello.
Nice. Nice. Okay, so there's not one here, like I thought, so it's just fine. Oh, hello, Vare.
Oh, well done. You made it through that and off you trotted.
I haven't played Schedule 1 in forever.
I know.
The round table was chock full of
They added,
but now
or they took a poll and people voted that they wanted, like, enemy cartels to be added.
terribly
I don't know if
disappointed.
they actually did or not, but they've done quite a few updates since the last time we played.
But
Is it still in early access or is it actually
perks.
I'm
released?
pretty sure it's still early access.
Fly
I wasn't paying
straight into
attention. Were they magnificent or did they not seem right?
What? What are you talking about?
I'm talking to this person.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't paying attention.
Oh. Yeah.
Were they magnificent or they didn't seem right? Does
So-
it matter?
I don't think it really matters. But he worships the blood guy that we killed.
Oh.
So like he doesn't agree with like the 2 fingers and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
Ah, then
They're
you're to join the
magnificent.
round with the 2 fingers in the inner chamber.
Yeah.
They are the purported masters
See.
of the grace.
Oh, I don't.
that guides your
I think I'm having a different conversation than you.
Yes.
You
Pay them
may
a
go
visit,
then.
so that you may
Okay,
see
bye.
for your- Challenge. Decrepit?
May the
Worse,
wisdom
yes,
of the
oh.
2 fingers
Aren't
guide
Then
you.
must for without with the 2.
I hear you. Oh,
Beetle?
you're just a red beetle.
Gross. All right, next.
Gross.
Can you pull your map up? Because since I have, remember, like my shit's all fucked up from the randomizer mod. My whole map is already uncovered.
Yeah.
Do you have a church here that we've discovered?
How do I know if we've discovered it or not?
Because it'll just like be there. You'll have like a
I
church
don't-
on the map.
Oh, gotcha. No.
Okay.
No.
So this. Okay. What about right here?
No.
Okay, so let's go to both of those.
Do we go to
East
Raya
Yep.
Lucaria Gate?
Yep. Look at you, map queen.
Map
queen. What about the two fingers?
Selective hearing got you again, I see.
No, never.
Never.
No, never.
Bullub Highway.
Bellub.
Bullub.
Bellub.
Remember when 35,000 runes was a lot of runes?
I do. I have
mean, it still is.
88,000.
I have 35,000. Is that Owen Wilson as a child?
Oh my gosh, was that just Owen Wilson as a child?
Wow.
Here's another.
I watched the Royal Tenenbaums for the first time the other day.
Oh yeah, I saw that a long time ago. What'd you think? Did you enjoy or nah?
It was fine. I mean, I like Wes Anderson.
Yeah.
So, like, you know, I was gonna like it. But I don't know why. Well, I do know why. It's because I thought for some reason that it was a Christmas movie. And it's not a Christmas movie.
Oh, because Tenenbaums?
Probably.
Yeah,
like,
makes sense.
That's the only reason why that could potentially make sense. But I didn't actually get the tier.
Oh yeah, get the tier. The whole reason we came.
Yeah.
A merchant.
But yeah, I liked it. It was good. I still need to watch the French Dispatch. I'm trying to get, like, all of the Wes Anderson movies.
Trying to
like
broaden your horizons.
It's not really broadening my horizons to watch a director that I already know I like.
Yeah.
But
but now you can, like, at least be like, I understand that reference.
But yeah, because there was a little Owen Wilson in there.
As a child? Wow.
Wilson. Well, I mean, relatively. Wow. What do I want the purchasing? No.
I mean, I just get all of the cookbooks so I can collect them.
I collect them. Bewitching branch.
A bewitching branch.
Bewitched.
Bewitched.
Bothered and bewildered am I.
We're so strong. We're just like one-hitting everybody. All right, now we have to go to 1, which I think...
Number 1.
Honestly, if we go to the mausoleum compound, can we go up from there? Or do we have to go this way? We might have to go this way. Okay. Okay. So still mausoleum compound, but I think we have to go around.
Okay.
So I think we go that
there
way.
it is. Bewitched. Old palace ruins.
Old.
Is old.
Okay, so this way, through this area, and then back up around, I think. The map looks like, at least. Yeah, we killed the tree. Yeah. I can't look at my map.
Oh, because there's men.
Yeah. We need to go up. Okay, so this looks like it connects like here, but clearly it doesn't because the tree is in the way of the 3 dimensions of the map.
Fucking tree.
I know, because we need to go up more.
We need to do some platforming. Oh, can we climb up here?
I'm not sure. Which is probably why we didn't end up going here.
The music is poopy.
Poopy or spooky?
Spoopy. But I don't think my initial S of spoopy actually came out.
Well, that's why I was like, maybe she means like spoopy. I was like, why is it poopy?
It's poopy. Ooh.
Alright, so how do we get up here then? Do we go through the village? Let's try going through the village, maybe.
Okay. The village.
The village.
The villaggio.
Yeah.
Where did you go?
There's gotta be a way up. Like, there just has to be.
There's gotta be a way. Sir. Shush.
Like, do you even know who you're speaking to right now? Oh, can we do this? Is that a thing? But that's down.
And we want to go up. Oh. Maybe there's like a swing.
A swing?
That looks like things that can be climbed eventually.
Yeah, I was just looking at that.
Or is that stuff we're supposed to take down instead
It
of
looks
up?
down because it doesn't look like there's one you can get high enough unless you start here. But you can't. There's no way you can make that.
There's no way I can make that.
Yeah, you can't make that. So that's definitely a down. Okay. So here's a mausoleum that we haven't been into because it's the door's closed.
Sorry, sir. Oh. Bellum Highway.
Do these catacombs go? Oh, the beast eye quivers. Oh my gosh. All right. Frame. Yeah, all of this goes somewhere. Okay, so does this dump out? Like, this is all. There's a whole like area up top that we haven't visited.
Sorry, I need to rest at the grace so that I respawn here if I die.
Oh yeah.
Not that it should be a problem because,
Yeah.
you know.
We're a little high level for here, but it's fine.
When you say the beast eye quivers, what does that mean?
That there's gonna be a death root in here. Oh, these. Okay, there's a necromancer in here. That's like bringing them back to life. Here he is. Yeah. Because I was like, these fuckers ain't dying. These fuckers ain't dying.
These fuckers ain't dying.
Dying.
They ain't dying at all.
Dying. Oh, a Rose's axe. Wow. If I was really like low level, that would be great.
Wow, imagine.
Your sword's too big. You like keep like
is.
hitting the walls. It's very funny.
These fuckers ain't shit. Who's coming to get me from behind? Motherfuckers. Oh.
There's another man. I think he's up. Oh, I think he's up here. I'm gonna get you, man. I found you.
Got him. Where are you?
I went up.
Or did you just ride a blade?
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. Whoa, arrows.
What you shot us?
I just used my physic because I was on the wrong thing.
Oh.
Oh well. Murder their bones! Murder their bones! Oh, we can't murder their bones. This man is keeping their bones alive. Okay. Murdered. Don't do it. Don't do it. I told you not to do it.
Don't do it. Don't do it.
I told you not to do it.
But you did it anyway.
You did that anyway. I can't murder his bones.
You deserve what you get.
Go. Alright, so we can go down this... Oh, wait. Do this. For any secret. A secret! See? I knew it. A secret. I think there's 2 bosses in here, because I think this one is a secret.
Is a secret? Very nice. You hurt me. How dare you?
How dare?
Come on, give those sweet.
Okay.
4,200.
Wow! Amazing.
You may now challenge the area boss.
You may now challenge your mom.
You can now challenge your face.
Whee! That's so funny that I was like, oh wait, I haven't done this yet, and there was a door like right there. That was a very funny co-winky dinky.
A winkle dinkle.
Co-winkle dinkle. Somewhere a heavy door has opened.
Ah!
A man.
A bone man. Not the bone man. Ow. Hello? Why can't I murder your bones?
Henry B. One man. Get it? Because bone man without a B is one man.
Oh, hello, Carabe.
Giant crab, stop it. You stop it right now. Egg.
Egg.
Where do they just keep coming from?
Well, when a mommy crab and a daddy crab love each other very much.
Crab much. Oh, another crab. It's okay, I killed him.
Crab?
Crabig.
Crabeg. Crabeg.
Crabig.
A runark.
Oh, this is a different one. Alright, so...
A different one.
Yeah. Or is it?
I already have the plant.
Yeah, okay. It is not a
There,
different
so.
one.
I guess I'm just a silly little goose.
Oh, such a silly little girl.
A silly little girl who doesn't know anything.
Yeah, that's what I think of. Oh, why did you come back to life? Where are you? Did you go into the box?
Yeah.
Oh, I wasn't there yet. Hold on. Is he already dead?
I one-hit him!
Oh. I didn't even see what he looked like.
I fucking one-hit the boss. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, I wasn't even there.
Well, I only hit him because, like, I didn't want to get hit by him.
Sure.
Otherwise, I would have just continued to wait. Wow. Apparently, it was very weak to holy damage.
Apparently, this was a place we were supposed to go to a very long time ago.
Oh, that's funny.
This still didn't answer the question of how we get to the up.
No, I don't. I still don't know how to get up. Yeah, so there's a couple things here. Okay, let me look at the map again. Can we go... Like, can we go this way, maybe?
There's so many things that look like platforms. Maybe here?
I'm wondering if we go up around this way. I know you can't see my map. Go up around this way and then that way, but then that still doesn't say how to get up here. Oh, maybe it does. Maybe you go this way. Okay. All right. I think it's a long trip, but I think we go back to Raya Lucaria Gate, and then I think we go up against the mountain that way and go around.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I have a plan.
Sounds great.
I think. Okay, so then we go against the mountain this side here. Keep it on our right.
Am I dumb? Where is it?
We were just there. It's right. It's Liurnia of the Lakes. It's right next to like the bridge, the big bridge in the middle of the lake.
I'm just looking for the name.
Oh,
I don't have it.
we were just there. East Raya Lucaria Gate.
Oh, East Raya Lucaria. I was looking for just Raya Lucaria Gate.
Oh.
Sorry. There we go. What a dingus.
All right, and then we're gonna go to the right, and you're gonna keep the mountain on your right side. And then I think we do this way. There are men, which means that this is...
Men! The men are running. Oh, what a mistake you made. Fighting us?
I know. Silly, silly men.
Silly bed.
Okay, so if we keep it on our right, yeah, and then this like is a little break right here, which we should be able to, in theory, oh my gosh, go like that. Yep. Okay. Okay, I went too far. If you don't go as far to the side as I do, and you don't suck, you won't hurt yourself.
I got stuck on a tree. Sanctuary! Oh, it's lovely.
It's lovely.
Lovely, look at those cliffs. Yeah.
Oh, I see the way.
Alright. Alright.
All right.
Alright.
Relax. Rats.
Rats, 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 rats.
Everybody!
Why? Why am I getting... there's an effect happening on me right now. What is happening?
Madness? Are you getting
Why
madness?
am I getting madness?
Because we're in a... You'll see. We're in an area where there's a lot of frenzy. We'll go get it right now. Yeah, we're almost there. There's see that tower right there? Do you see it? The Eye of Sauron?
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm like, what the fuck? It's just rats.
Rats do make me irrationally angry, though, so...
You know what? That does track.
Irrationally angry. I am mad.
I've gone mad.
Everybody.
Mad, 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 mad.
Mad. Okay, or just don't then.
Howl of Shabriri.
Shabriri.
Shabriri. Oh, everyone's dead.
Yeah, I think that's how you get rid of the eyeball, is by murdering it. Whee! Okay, now.
Yeah.
We should be able to go through this town. And then through the town should, if I'm reading this right, lead us up to the church. The church is on the top of the cliff.
What's over here?
We have to go through the town. Well.
Over here. There's a church over here.
That's a rise. It's the
Oh.
converted French. Yeah, we can go over there. We haven't done that, but yeah, we can go over there.
I got distracted.
No, it's all good. Kill this man.
Go with the ankles. Oh, well, that was entirely unnecessary. Got him.
Nice. Get shitted on.
Yeah, it feels really good to be high level.
Feels so good being overpowered, doesn't it?
So good. Like, hell yeah.
Oh, wait. We might
I
not
don't-
be able to do this. Erudition light the way. Do we have that? I don't think we have that. Yeah, we don't have erudition yet.
Oh, what is it?
It is a emote that we get from finishing Gold Mask's quest, I think. Or Corin's
Well then.
quest.
I guess we won't go in the pretty building.
Hold on,
We'll
let me
just murder
see.
the outside man.
Erudition. First of all, what does erudition mean?
Oh, it's like smart. If you're erudite, then you've got a lot of... You're good at learning.
Wow. You have erudition, don't you?
I don't know about that. Wasn't that one of the
Wait.
things?
Wait,
In-
did we get the second key in Raya Lucaria?
I remember getting a key. Do you know how long ago that was?
I know. I know. I know. Alright, where is the fucking closest grace to this? There's no fucking grace here, is there? Alright. So apparently, we just never gave the key to the guy who gives us this thing.
Oh.
So, I can run... Oh no, you won't get the emote then. Alright, so we just have to run to... the so far away.
Uh-huh.
Lake-facing cliffs. We have to go back to Tops.
Is this in...
It's still in Liurnia. It's like the first
the
one.
first one.
It's the very first,
first
one.
one.
Yeah. Sir,
Wonderful.
give the key.
Found yourself a flintstone key.
Where?
Only wait, so...
Certainly can't take it from you. That key belongs to you. By rights, you should use it for yourself. That's true. I
Hello.
wish to return to my place of study, but that's no excuse to impose upon others.
Give the Academy
Is
Glibstone
this
key.
why Bloodstones always finish last?
Yeah, I don't give a fuck.
Head to the academy. Carry on with your journey. Don't bother holding. Head to
Oh my
the
god, you're
carry on with
so
your journey. Don't
welcome.
bother holding yourself.
Wait, did he take it from you?
I don't know.
Why, of course. Head to the academy. Carry on with it. Don't bother holding.
He told me he can't take my key because it's my only key.
Oh.
But did he
Yeah,
give it
he
to you?
said he would take it. Yeah.
And you got Erudition?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. So then you'll just have to do it then.
Okay.
All right, let's go back to...
What is a Medusa piercing, Nikki? The east.
Yeah, I don't
Riley
remember what a
probably-
Medusa is. Is the Medusa the double? No, the double on the top?
I don't know anything about piercings. I am mostly unstabbed.
Mostly unstabbed? Do you have, like, regular earrings?
Yeah.
That's it?
I never wear earrings though. Yeah,
You have
I
no
don't even
tattoos
have
or anything?
No, not yet. Like I want some. It's just like finding somebody to do the thing. Like paying for it.
Yeah.
Actually getting stabbed.
Oh,
right above
this
the
one.
Cupid's
Oh,
lip.
Aya has that. That can be cute on some people. I feel like some people take it too big. And then that's kind of where I'm not a fan, but... Yeah, Aya has that.
I love other people's piercings. I am too finicky to put like a hole in me.
I mean, they do close, though, which is nice.
Yeah. I don't trust myself with like letting something heal properly like that.
Fair. The middle, right? Yeah. Aya has that one. It could be cute.
That sounds kind of dope.
Like I said, I just don't like it when people take it to the extreme and it's like a huge thing. Then it just like, it looks funky, I think. Oh, here's a jumpy. This might kill me. Yeah, there's a spring right here. You behind me? Okay, cool.
Yeah. Let's just take us to where we were.
Oh shit, does it?
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah, but here's the tower. Okay.
Yeah. Like I want to get a tattoo of Moog's paw print.
Mm-hmm.
And like I've got a couple other ones that I've had in mind. It's just actually doing it.
Yeah.
It's the thing.
All right, Gigi. It's all up to you.
So
do you
I
know
need to
do you know how to
get-
use emotes?
Yeah, I need to
So it's erudition.
switch. Nope, that's not it. I'm trying to. How do I? Erudition. Okay. Okay, and so now do. No. No.
Yeah. Examine.
Maybe I do it here.
Maybe? I've always done it right in front of the statue.
Pretty sure your stance on tattoos is established. I don't know what you're talking about. Person going to a tattoo competition tomorrow.
Right. Did it give it to me and I just didn't? Oops. Oh, I definitely didn't get it.
You have a pimple where a Medusa piercing would go. Hurts like a bitch. I
Huh.
hate. Why is it not working?
I don't know. I've always done it just right in front of the statue like this. My erudition light the way. The only other thing could be like going into the academy and getting the other key. Yeah, it's not working. I don't know why.
I do like the thought of me standing here like this and having it just not work. It's like, hello? Hello? Oh, I'm sorry. Why? Why no work? I don't know.
I don't know. I do not know.
No, why is the shape I was in? Oh.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's not what we're here for anyway. You wanted to have the thing.
Guys.
Oh, guys!
Guys.
Frenzy Flip Village outskirts.
Outskirts. Yeah, so I think we go through this village and then we go up the hill. I'm not gonna stop for no bitches because they are so far beneath me.
Do you want to die? No? Then leave me alone.
Then leave me be.
I ain't got no bitches. Rah.
Church.
Man, this probably would have been really scary when we were low level.
Oh yeah, I remember when I was doing this in my first playthrough and I was like dying over and over and over of madness, being like, how the flick, what do I do? Guys. Aww. So here's some lore for you guys. So the guy who's on the cover of the game of Elden Ring is a man called Vike. And I think I told this story before. Vike was the only person before us who got like the closest to becoming Elden Lord. And when he found out he had to sacrifice his maiden and burn his maiden, he went crazy and he turned to the frenzy flame instead of sacrificing his maiden. Because he didn't want to sacrifice her and he didn't want her to die. So, LOL, that's her. She died anyway, waiting for him.
Oh no.
Yeah.
That's so sad.
I know. It's fucked up.
LOL.
LOL, that's her.
LOL, she did.
LOL, she waited for him and died anyway.
I would like some bitches. Wouldn't we all?
Alright, so we got that one. Now, alright, let's look at our map again so you can tell me if you have these churches marked. I assume you have this one.
Hada. Which one? Where are we looking?
I'm flashing. I can see it on your map. Okay.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Do we have this one?
No.
Okay. There's no more. Okay, so there's no more in here. All right, so we just have to go here. Rampart side path in Altus Platar.
Platar. Not this Platar.
The Platar, Arnar, the Platar.
Arnar, the Platar. Goodness.
My goodness.
Oh my goodness.
My goodness.
Fulgur bloom.
Fulgur.
The best part of waking up is Fulgur in your cup.
Gross. Don't put that
Gross.
flour in my coffee.
I don't like coffee, so.
Oh my
It can go there if it wants
gosh.
What?
Why are we friends? You hate everything I love.
That's a question you need to do some internal soul searching about.
Wow.
Why would you want to be friends with somebody who hates everything you stand for?
You hate everything I love and you're proud of it.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's a sacred tiara.
Great bolt.
Ooh, yeah, chest behind this man.
Oh,
You're not doing very good at guarding that chest, sir.
I already have it. Dragon Bolt Blessing.
Nice. Okay.
Oh,
so
I have this stupid hat.
Oh, let's kill this man.
Okay.
For funsies.
Oh, he was too far away for that. I didn't realize.
Oh, he is so many dead.
Oh, no.
Oh, he's so many dead. All right,
So
so we did
sorry.
that. All right, so that everything there. So now there's probably there's up in the mountains. This one.
Nope.
Okay, so I think that's the last one.
Cool. So we go to
Inner consecrated snowfield.
Why can I not select? Why can I not select these places? Hello? Where? Oh, there you go. Get one more sacred tear and then we'll go back to the DLC.
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 I might have to wait. I'll have to look because that'll put us at plus 10, and you can get to plus 12 total.
In the base game?
Yeah.
Hmm.
So there's got to be a sacred tier from someplace that's not a church. Oh, oh, bug, bug.
Bug. Nope. He took a turn.
Oh, you turned, you son of a bitch. Alright, what can I do that's just like a bunch of AoE?
Oh, damn it.
Alright, he's got to turn back around. That way.
Where did he go?
I don't know where he went.
He disappeared.
No, he's
Hello?
here. He's here. Or he was here. See, his glow is there.
I don't see it anymore.
Right, well, fuck you, bug.
I mean, like oh.
Is he back?
There's something here.
Yeah, it's just like the residual glow. Yeah, but it's not running. We'll have to come back.
Ugh.
We'll have to reset him and come back.
A little bitch.
I know. Oh, I see like the
Fucking
shape.
rude.
Oh, Seeb?
A Seeb?
Is this a Seeb we haven't gotten? There's no way we haven't gotten this Seeb.
Oh no, we totally got this
we got
Seeb.
that Seeb. Okay.
I remember getting that Seeb. I remember being like, there's a Seeb over here.
Seeb!
A Seeb!
Oh, be
I have
careful
an
if this
Eve.
mausoleum shoots. Which I think it's the only one that does. Just be careful.
No. Oh no. Oh no.
Ah! This one I don't think. Oh, you can. You can get him.
Okay. Okay. Bunga.
Wow. Rude.
Hello?
Come on.
Where are the things that we attack? 'Cause we attack shit on their legs, right?
Yeah,
There you
there's
go.
like little skulls. He has kind of white feet because the snow, but they're on there.
Well, put your foot back down. Ow.
Yeah, see, they're there.
Yeah, he had a whole bunch on this foot. Ow.
Oh, he's sitting down. He's sitting down. He's sitting down. He's sitting down. Get out.
Ooh.
Okay.
Anyway.
As you were. Oh, Grace. I see a Grace in here.
Guys.
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 Oh my gosh! It's the Albinoric woman. Hello.
Oh my gosh, you guys.
I can't. You are such a large woman. Hello.
Hello?
Hello.
Is she dead?
She might be dead. We never saved her.
Oh.
We never saved her. She might be dead.
Giant woman.
Yeah.
She's large.
She's the Albinoric woman.
Did we get a tear?
No, the Albinoric woman is here, and she has tears instead.
Mm. Because she's dead.
Yeah, well, she looks like she's breathing.
Maybe.
She's not dead. She is breathing.
Okay.
But did we? You're not gonna. So why would you? I was gonna say, did we go to the Albinoric shack?
That doesn't sound familiar, but that doesn't mean anything.
Right. Shack. Where? It's in Liurnia. Where is it?
Shack is a little
Slumbering
place
Wolf's Shack.
where we can
Lakeside
get
Crystal Cave. Alright.
there.
Lakeside Crystal Cave.
Where's that?
It's still in Liurnia.
Or back in Liurnia?
Yeah. Or back in Liurnia. So go to Liurnia Lakeshore. Fat guy in a little coat.
Where are we going?
Liurnia Lakeshore. Alright.
Large woman.
Alright, I'm just gonna look up. Sacred glass. Third Church of America, Fourth Church of America, Church of Pilgrims. Okay. Okay. So let me look at this map real quick. Third Church of America should be in the beginning here. Third Church. Oh, Church of Ellie. Church of Ellie. Right,
Ellie.
third church. And then fourth church. Which is below, right? Yep, fourth church. Church of the Pilgrimage. Which I don't see. I see the... Okay, I see Kalu Baptismal Church. And Church of Pilgrimage. Oh, Church of Pilgrimage is over here. No, it's not. Fireworks at the subbase. Disgusting. Alright, why?
Is middle of August. Who's shooting off
Third
fireworks?
church.
Other than my neighbors.
That church. Collism Baptist. So, oh, Church of Pilgrimage. Okay. Liurnia is Church of Irith, Church Bellum Church, and Church of Inhibition. So,
Ella. No
Ella.
pissing on the carpet, Ella.
pretty much.
Ella.
Pretty much. Alright, so. Bellum Church we just did. Church of Inhibition. And Church of Irith. Where the fuck is the Church of Irith? Irith?
Oh no.
Slow descent into madness.
Slow.
Yeah, hold on. Church of Vows. Okay, what? Where is Church of Irith? South of Liurnia of the Lakes, west of Stormvale Castle. Oh, okay, that's okay. Kaled is just the Church of the Plague, which should be... Right here? Nope, that's the Dragon Communion. Church of the Plague, okay. Altus Plateaus, the second church and Stormcrawler, which did. First church, Church of Repose.
Sure.
Church of Repose. We got that. And the First Church of America should be that.
There be dragons.
So do you get to +10 in base game? There are 12 sacred tiers in total. So we should be able to get to +12 when we're done. I'm so confused.
Are we missing any? That you can tell?
But I just read the list. So what are we at now? We're at +11. So we're missing 1. So we're missing 1. Second,
How do you know?
because when you have all of them, see how your says Flask of Crimson Tears +11?
No.
Press Y
Where?
and
Oh.
look at your inventory.
I don't have. Sorry,
So-
I don't.
So okay, so we're missing 1.
Oh, okay.
So we're missing 1 in total. So
Mine is +12.
I'm missing 1.
Mhm.
So we went someplace that I didn't grab one. How did that happen?
I don't know.
All right, so just stay here for 1 second. I'm just gonna check these last
Okay.
2.
I'm just chilling.
Yeah, how did I not get? Oh my, it's right here. Church of Repose. Okay. Wild. Your what is probably freaking out. All right, but we should still really quick do this cave and do the Albanoric woman and go back.
Yeah.
Because this will be so fast because we are very strong.
So strong.
We are very strong. All right. That was so wild how I somehow skipped that, but you got it. Oh, your cat. It's a cat.
Oh.
Probably fine.
Mother.
She probably hasn't even
Hey,
noticed. She probably hasn't even noticed you've left.
Oh, I don't know about that. Hi, Sylvie. Wee. Wee. All right. Let's go.
Wait, who? Sir? I'm trying to look at my map and now I cannot because of you.
I didn't even have anybody selected. I was just flailing about and murdered.
Okay, so there is a cave. Straight ahead. Is it below though? But how would it be below? There's no below. There's nothing on any other side over here.
It is only above. Only above, no below. Oh no, oh no, oh
I don't
no,
like their
no.
giggles. I don't like their giggles. No fireworks. I forgot. No. You're right. I forgot that you had the fireworks. I forgot. You are right. I thought you were just talking about like, oh, I've been gone for a few hours.
Just
My
for
cat.
them missing you.
Yeah, like your cat does not care.
My cat cares if I've been gone. They're like, what the fuck? Mostly because they're like, will I starve?
Yeah, that's probably its biggest concern. Is will it be hungry?
But yeah, my cats are not as pressed about fireworks.
I have no idea how this one's gonna act around fireworks. Oh my god, she's so fucking
She's so
cute. I
small.
can't. I
She
just
is
like
so
keep looking down at her and I'm just like, how are you a thing?
How
How did you come to be? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh my god.
Did it just kill you?
No, it didn't. Of course it didn't. I have so much health, but like it was just gruesome. It was just like, holy shit, my guy.
Got him.
He's like, fuck you specifically.
And you alone. Hello. What's up here? What you got? What you got?
What you want?
What you want? Hello. Ow, 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 sir. You know I got it.
Okay. We're not gonna target the giant one right in front of us though, huh? Okay, thanks.
Just a little bit.
Ooh,
Just a little bit.
I know it's a different song.
Just a little bit.
Ooh, little more.
R-A-S-P-E-C-T. Find out what it means to me. Oh, you do a little secret magic?
I did a little secret, yeah.
A little secret magic?
Just to see if there's any secrets.
Well,
secreting about.
The daddy dog, you got to visit from a stork. Oh, they don't even love each other? They just got to visit. Oh, shit.
Yeah, no, they don't love each other. Is there such thing as love anymore?
They just be fucking.
I mean, that's how babies are born. So I mean, clearly that's not what's happening here. Oh, it's a snelk.
A what?
A
Ow,
snail
ow,
snake.
Ow.
Snelk lizard. Yeah.
Destruction. Fuck your spears. I broke the spear's containment.
I see. You did so
They
good.
fell everywhere. It was amazing.
Amazing.
Crystal Cave boss.
Oh, snelks. Man, do you remember being weak at this game?
This is good Christian Minecraft server? Listen, you gotta learn eventually.
What? It's a good thing that this is where I was supposed to fall, because I straight up slid.
Eventually you'll have to learn that sometimes people just be fucking.
I don't believe that. That doesn't sound like a thing. My mom told me that you only do fucking after marriage.
You only do fucking.
She sat me down one day when I was a wee lad, and she went,
A wee lad?
Yeah, and she went, don't be doing no fucking until after marriage.
Oh.
And I was like, okay, mommy, no fucking. And she was like, don't swear.
Got him. Remember being scared of things?
Nah.
Nah.
Nah, it's fine.
I've never been scared a day in my life.
Oh, look. Oh, no. We're too late.
Why is this puppy dead?
Because we're so late.
What are you talking
we're
about?
Like 50 hours late.
What are you talking about?
We were supposed to save her. Well, shit. We got her summons.
Sorry, puppy.
I know. I'm sorry. I love you.
The baby.
The baby.
The giant baby.
Alright, now we can go back to that church up in the snow.
And tell her that we didn't save her dog.
And tell her that we did not, we indeed did not save our dog.
Be like, oh,
Oh, by the way.
Why can I not move the why can I not select over here? What is happening? I'm going in crazy. I'm going crazy.
I'm going in crazy.
I'm going in crazy. I can't move left or right on this map. I can't. Oh my god. Okay. Well, I'll zoom in and then I can go left or right.
What?
Yeah.
I can't.
Like if I zoom out, it goes to I can't.
That's so weird. I don't think I've ever seen that happen before.
Andy, everybody looks cute in overalls.
Because it goes over all of your stuff.
Over all.
Yeah, it goes over all. Everybody can wear overalls.
Slumbering Wolf Shack. The Wolf Shack. Wait.
You just
That's
went
where
back.
I am.
Oh shit. Oh, Ellie, I'm so sorry that scared you. That scared me too. I'm sorry, baby. My water bottle just apparently just fell over.
Oh, the ghosts.
I'm sorry, baby. I'm so sorry.
Are you?
I'm so sorry that I scared you. Up in the snow, we're up at the church of apostate derelict.
Oh, thank you. So robbed one of the jewelry stores at your local mall today. You were there earlier?
That's crazy.
You could have died.
It didn't say at gunpoint.
I'm...
I mean, you also still could have
There's
died.
lots of ways to die
That's
besides
true.
gunpoint.
That's true. Alright, so let me see. Is this stew? Is this stew? Is this what you want, ma'am?
I have your ghost dog.
Is this not what you want, ma'am? Alright, well, we fucked it up. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Is it because I can't fight here? Because the thingy's up? Yeah, we can't... Aw, we can't saved her. Okay,
She's
back
just
to Shadow Realm.
Okay.
Okay, so we were in Charo's hidden grave, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think it was an armed robbery. It sounds like they smashed a display case, grabbed some stuff, and ran.
Boring. Boring. The Love Shack is a little place where
we can
get together.
Love Shack,
Baby.
baby.
Love Shack, baby.
Love Shack.
Baby Love Shack.
Ma'am, where are you going? You don't get to leave. You don't get to just walk away.
Ma'am.
You're stuck here.
Okay, so there's many more to go.
Many more to go where?
Oh, in this map. Oh, a dugum.
A Deacon.
Dugum. Also, these worms are friendly unless they have red heads, which these guys have red heads, so they are not friendly. But there are some that are blue, and they're just chilling. They're just big chillin'. All right.
Oh, this flower's mad.
Miranda.
Ow, ow. Don't.
Oh. Oh shit. If you kill them with holy, you don't need to murder their bones.
Also blood, too. I figured that out.
That's cool.
Oh, shit. Hold on. Oh, I got poisoned. Like a
Poisson.
phoenix.
I've le poisson.
Ow.
Also, a trick I learned from speedrunners, for some reason, when you crouch, your stamina gains back faster. So, like, you can just, like, crouch for, like, a second and get a big burst of stamina. It's so weird. I don't know why it does that, but I learned that from speedrunners, and now I do it all the time.
That's crazy.
It's crazy. Ooh, what's that?
Christ.
Greater potentate.
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 Potentato.
Potato.
Oh, a golden hippopotama.
Hold on, I'm still poisoned.
Oh. I am also poisson. No longer, though. Ready to fight the golden hippopotam?
creature. Where did you go?
I'm fighting the golden hippopopom.
The pom 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 pom.
Yeah. How does holy damage work on you? Not so good?
What about this dragon damage?
Oh, that's good.
Does he have a big bar for you?
No, he doesn't have, he's not a boss. Only the one that's in the Shadow Keep is a boss.
I'm gonna stab him in the butt. Oh.
Yay! A skadooch! I think I think there's one more golden hippo over in this general area. But yeah, you get a skadooch from killing the ones that are like in the world. I think there's another one. There should be another body of water over here that has one in it. Maybe? Question mark?
Oh.
We'll go down.
More fucking birds.
More fucking birds, eh? No golden hippo over here? Okay. Well, there's definitely two over in Scadu Altus, but I thought there was two over here as well.
Get wrecked. Bird.
But there's still more. Like, there's still more area over here. Oh, there's a big boy. But I don't think we can make the things yet that you need the like the hefty furnace pots, I think is what they're called. Hefty. Yeah, the hefty furnace pots are what you throw in those things to kill them.
Do we not?
Oh, he angy. Oh my. Oh,
Yeah,
sir.
We can make hefty furnace pots.
Oh, hell yeah. Then we should throw them in his head. But we don't have a lot of furnace visages, do we?
No, I have 2.
Yeah, because we haven't killed a lot of these guys yet, because they're hard to kill. All right. I can't... Okay, he's aggroed to me, though, so I can't craft.
Right, and neither can I, because he's aggroed.
Right. Sir, rude. Sir, rude. Well, I died.
I thought that I'd fallen to my death, but I didn't.
Oh my god, there's a stake somehow?
No. Oh, no. Don't look at me.
Uh-oh, somebody is awake. Hopefully she'll just settle back down. Otherwise, we'll have to go OUT.
Oh, no.
Yeah, the fact that he just, like, spawn camps you over there is kind of bullshit.
Oh, no.
Alright, I still can't craft, though.
No, because he's coming after me.
Yeah.
I'm running away, though.
Alright, I'm, like,
I
way
want to go
over
out.
here.
There are smells out there. I want to smell the smells.
Okay. Item crafting. Hefty furnace pot. Okay. I can make...
Grave?
Okay. Now, the question is, are we going to be able to line up a shot to throw them at him?
I don't know.
Hefty.
I still cannot craft. Okay, I can craft it.
There you go.
I will craft 1.
Okay, I'm gonna try it. See what happens. Oh, he's swirling. He's getting ready. Yep. Okay. I'm gonna try it. Oh, I didn't go inside of his head though. Shit. Okay.
Oh shit.
Alright, got one. I think you could. Yay! Yay! Oh, you Oh. Damn.
Yay!
Yay!
Oh. No, the fire that he was shooting at you got me.
Oh.
So I
Well, I
died.
killed him though, so.
Okay, great. Yay!
Yay!
Aw.
Aw.
Oh, I get my shit.
Look at the big splash of where his body once was. What does this do though? Enhances attacks of spirits. Oh. Shit, so that'll just increase our fucking mimic.
Ooh. What is?
It's a crystal tear, so you'd have to replace one of the tears in your physic. Which I'm not gonna do, but
Yeah, I probably won't.
that's what that's for.
Okay, okay.
You got? Okay. So, is that all we can do over here?
I don't know.
Like, have we... Alright, let's just go to the other side of the map on this place and just make sure that we've gotten everything before we go to the Cerulean coast.
Sounds good to me. I do like a little bit of exploring.
Do a little explore.
A little splow.
Little blow.
Whee!
Just a little
Blizzardies.
splow. Little splow. Little X, little splow.
Little Xy explosy. Ghost flame blum. Fucking birds.
Oh, I know. Wait, how do we go uppies?
Uppies?
Yeah, like how do we go uppies over here?
Oh, this is where we were.
Yeah, how do we get up? Did you almost fall?
Yeah.
Oh my gosh. Well, maybe we have to go all the way around to go up.
This is
Yeah,
where we
you have to go
were.
all the way around to go up. Okay. But yeah, I'm just making sure that we've like explored
yeah.
everything.
Can I jump to there from here?
Try it.
Nope.
The worst that can happen is you'll die.
Nope. I jumped out and then realized I went like 5 feet. I was like, that's not gonna work. And then I jumped back.
Just turn around. You're like, nope, never mind.
Pretty much.
Rewind.
Yeah. Just kidding. Do gem. That's what it's called.
And Dugum.
Where are you?
I'm just exploring.
Ah! Could you smash this man? And by man, I mean bird. A bird is totally a man, though.
It can be
Just
a
based
man.
off the vibes.
Birds can be mans.
Anything
It's
can be a man
2025, yeah.
if it has the right vibe. Ooh, what's over here? There's like a door.
Oh, door, let's go. Wait, where did you find? Hold on. Let's go.
There's a cave!
A cave!
I'll just take out right here.
Okay, I'm coming.
There's worms.
Okay, now the question is, are you... Ah! No, sir! Are you this side, or are you the other side? Okay, hold on.
I don't even see you.
I see your marker, I'm just like on the big, waterfall area, so I'm like, I don't know which side.
Yeah,
Oh,
I went, yeah, I'm
I
on
might see
the, north side.
I might see you. Fuck me, I'm dead.
No.
Yeah, I'm dead.
Why did you die?
Because I torrented.
Oh.
And it was like slow, like she like torrent like kept like ever so slightly touching stuff as it was landing, and it still went down. Yeah. All right, I definitely need those back though, because that was a lot of runes.
Yeah. Runs.
Runs. Do you want to go in and see if there's a grace?
Sure. Yeah.
Cool.
Lamenter's Yo.
Oh, Lamenter's Jail. Okay. All right, I have my runes.
I rest.
Yes. Oh, I think I'm literally almost here. Yeah. I'm almost here. I actually see where these are now. Okay. Yeah. All right, so this boss has a bit of a gimmick. And I don't quite remember exactly how it works, but I'm sure once we start that it'll come to me.
We'll get it.
Yeah. Oh, Shadow Realm Blessing. A Skadooch!
I don't have one.
You should. We just picked up Skadooch, remember?
Yeah, but I don't have
Oh,
one.
because you somehow ended up missing the very, very first Skadoo, and I don't know how to get it back for you.
Right.
It was the man, the random shadow man. We'll get him we'll figure it out, though. Enter. Locked. Oh. Right off the get. Okay, cool.
We're stuck here forever. Well, I guess we're done.
Well, I lament her. Frozen maggot. No, thank you. Frozen maggot. No, thank you. Oh yeah, let me do magic. Chow.
Oh my god.
Ka-chow. Okay, nothing here. Nothing up my sleeve.
Because it's magic. Whoa. So many places for me to fall to my death.
Yeah.
I almost just GG'd. It's fine.
I like how we've just made it into a verb.
Yeah.
Don't shove. That's rude. I'd rather you just hit me, but to walk up to me and shove me is just disrespectful.
That bitch came out of nowhere. I was just chilling. And all of a sudden, this fucking guy. Prattling Pate Lamentation.
Please, I cannot stand the sound. I need no salvation. Please stop. Desist, you wretched lamentation. Please stop. Desist.
Please. Please. No.
Okay, well, you see. Where do we go from here?
Where do we go from here? Is this?
We go this way? Oh, there's a man in here, so no.
Oh, so this is a different place than where we were before.
I guess so.
It just looked the same.
It all looks the same. Upper... Okay, so we have the upper level key now. Oh, so is that the key, the very first door that was locked?
Probably.
Okay, so now
I assume.
Go back. To where? To here?
Oh no, this is where we were. Wait.
Oh, wait, so here... Okay. Here's the grace, so then...
Yeah, right here. Opened it.
Oh, you did it. Okay.
Yeah. We just apparently missed it. Oh, ladder.
Okay.
We just missed that entire room
Whee!
where the man was.
Ooh, ice. Icy. Ah, ma'am. Nice.
She's got too many things inside of her.
She's gross.
Yeah.
It's actually fucked up how they got that way, but we're not there yet in the story. Made tomato soup in a crock pot from tomatoes and carrots. Made a huge mess. Aw, I bet it's good though.
That sounds delicious.
I was gonna say, I bet it's good as fuck though.
That was fuck.
But it's good as fuck. All right, there's a hole that goes down, so let's not go there yet.
Gotta be careful of the hole that goes down.
Are you locked? You are not locked. There's another hole. Okay. Oh no.
Ah! Oh, she emerged from a jar.
Yeah. So when we get there, I will explain the lore. Locked.
Another
Okay.
lady. Oh, she hurt me by yelling too loud.
Ew. Wait, where?
Ah!
Did you? Oh, you went in the door?
No, I didn't go in the
Wait,
door.
where?
I went upstairs.
Oh, I
up.
see.
She like brought me into her womb.
Disgusting.
Are you okay? Oh, she had to bring me her mouse toy that she successfully murdered.
Oh, yes. Of course. Mother, look at my murder. Mother. Mother, are you proud of my...
Ma! Did she grab you?
I fell in a hole that appeared on the ground.
I don't want to go in the hole.
Yeah, I didn't want to go in the hole either, but alas, here I am.
I'll ask.
All ass.
What's in here? Oh, just some chains. You know, just a little chains.
All right, so how do I
Does
get
that
back up
lead
to
back?
you?
Who's laughing? She scared me! What's dumb is I saw that jar and I'm like, in my brain, I was like, I bet that's a jar.
I bet a woman's gonna come out of that jar.
And so I jumped onto it and then she came out of the jar and I was frightened, even though I knew.
How do I get back to you? Okay, here's stairs. Does this lead me back to my friend?
Come back to me, my friend. Where are you?
I fell in the hole, Gigi.
I know, but where are you?
Below.
I fell in the hole, Gigi.
Now I'm
You
being
stupid
now I'm being
idiot.
consumed by a guts woman.
Oh, no. Well, I can't help you.
I'm
so I don't-
dead.
Oh, well.
That's fine. Hopefully I can fucking find my
think
runes
I
because it's almost
finally-
200.
I think I found where you meet up.
Okay.
Though. But I can't
Oh,
get to
somebody's
there without
awake.
going-
Did I scare you when I yelled? I'm sorry. I got scared. All right, she's up, so I gotta go OUT. So I'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna also grab another beverage. So I will also be right back. I'm just gonna chill right here and hope that I don't die. I'm back. Not even a burp screen. I was just grabbing another beverage. Then I got distracted. Do. Okay. Just like jump up here. Ha! No. I got distracted by preseason football.
Okay.
Then I got distracted. Needs to be on merch. Okay.
I am back.
Called out on my own stream.
Wow.
Wow.
Ellie, lay down, baby girl. Lay down.
Ellie.
I don't want to be gross, and I'm sorry if this is TMI, but she does the teeny tiniest, cutest little poops, and it's like the most ridiculous thing.
I mean, honestly, with how big I hope that they're small and teeny tiny.
They're literally
Could
so
you
teeny
imagine?
tiny that I'm just like, bro, like, why am I out here with dog bags right now?
But could you imagine if she had like normal sized dog poops out
She
of
just has
that
like Great Dane-sized dog poops.
her dog poops
Like,
are as big as
Literally
she is.
like the size. Well, was I with you? I think I was with you when somebody was like, "You have 25 pounds of poop inside of you at all times."
Up to 25 pounds of poop.
No, at all times, 25.
At all times, constantly 25 pounds of
I
poop.
would be 25 pounds lighter if I would just poop.
If I just got rid of all
If
of
I
my
could just poop.
If only.
Oh, she's not gonna settle down though for a second. Hold on.
It's okay.
Oh, she's thrashing. Hold on. Do you need help thrashing? Do you need help
This
thrashing?
is where the convo went? Iconic. Yeah. Every conversation needs to bring up the fact that you can have up to 25 pounds of poop in you at any given time.
You know how they say that inside of us are two wolves?
Inside of us
Inside
are
of us
25 pounds
is 25 pounds of poop.
which I'm pretty sure that exact quote has already been clipped on streams that we've had together.
Yes. I'm pretty sure it's quoted, yeah. Oh, hi!
Yeah. Oh, hi! Hello!
I need to find my fucking runes, dude.
Yeah, you got to go through down here. I'll come with you so you don't die.
Alright, where did we go? Was this the down?
This is where you fell down.
Okay.
You went, ah! And I was like, what? What happened? You're like,
scared
I fell
me.
down.
Alright, I'm pretty sure I cleared out all these side rooms, but let me just double check.
You got murdered by a lady.
I did get murdered by a jar lady. What are we doing? What's the problem?
Call of Tibia.
There we go. There's your thrashing toys. Wear yourself out there. It's just three rubber rings like linked to each other, you know, because she's teething, and she will fucking just thrash. She's just throwing it all over the place. I'm like, holy shit, dude.
Gotta murder it.
Yeah.
Well, there's a hole. Don't follow the hole.
Okay.
Don't pull a GG.
Okay.
Oh, there's jars. They're doing a creepy jar dance.
Ew. Oh, I didn't go this way. I definitely went the other way.
Okay, so we need to get your runes, so we'll do
Yeah,
that
and then we'll go
first.
back. Ellie. Ellie.
Really? I got scared because I was jumping over something.
Alright, so I definitely went up more. Yeah, this lady. No.
What lady?
This
Oh.
one. Okay, so let's go.
No.
So where does this go? Oh, this just goes. Does this
Yeah,
go
this
down
leads
into the
up-
pots room?
So this is where I literally just was. So this leads back out to the main area.
Okay, so let's go to the pots room.
Yeah, when you died, you were so close to being back.
So close.
So close.
Well, you saw
you
she was like behind like a wall and jumped down and got me.
Little
She
bitch.
got me.
Got. She gat you.
She got me in my gat. Am I using that right, kids?
I don't know. Men. And by men, I mean jars.
They have men inside of them, I'm sure.
Oh. We're men in jars.
Oh, you are. I thought you were like a jar I could climb on. But you are not.
Oh, I don't have any more blue.
It's okay. We did the murders.
Blub blub blub. Oh yeah, that does so much more of my bar.
What are you doing, cutie pie? God, I can't look at you. You're too cute. I actually can't look at you.
Too small. She's just too small.
She's so small. And she's just doing her best. Oh. Sir? Stop that. That's rude.
This is not, it's not spinning time, bro.
Ooh. Okay. So how do we get out of here? Hefty.
Back the way we
Just
came.
back up, I guess. Yeah. Okay. Well, now we have the key to go down further.
Yeah. So I know which gate that goes to. Do we want to check out the other holes first?
Sure.
Gotta explore all the holes.
Yeah, definitely. No hole left unturned.
Mm-hmm. How does one turn a hole?
You know.
You know what? You're right.
If you don't know, you're too young.
Okay. You weren't there when I was attacked, when I was hanging out here earlier. You bitch.
Oh, it's just so many faces.
Have you checked your butt? That's the way to the key.
Skid up, butt up. Patrol.
Butthole. Get up, but up.
Skid up, butt up, patrol.
Get up, but up, but all. Oh, this is
Yeah, this is the down we came in.
from whence we
There's
came.
this one. Did we go down this hole?
No, I did not go down any holes.
Wee. Ew.
Ew, gross.
Ew. I need to level.
Oh, I can't. Why do I have exactly 160,000 even?
Because you're a gamer?
That's concerning to me. I'm not missing runes anywhere, am I? No?
No, they'd be on your
Okay.
compass.
Yeah. Like, I haven't died. Ugh. A rat. A big rat.
A big wat. Ew. Get him. Kill him. He is dead.
Get fucked.
Oh, rumbling. What's rumbling?
Oh no, but I didn't like it. Hello?
Oh, we came
I'm
this
gonna
way?
go to-
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna go to the right. More rats and then big ladder. I wonder if that's the other ladder. For the other hole.
Oh, the other hole, yeah. That would make sense.
Because that one had a ladder.
Let's see.
Had the ladder.
Had the ladder.
Oh.
Yeah, it looks like it. Yeah.
Okay, 'cause there's another passage.
Because this goes out to... Yep. Okay.
Yeah, there is another way to go down here. I'm gonna go down and see what it is. Rats!
Rats.
Oh, big rat, big rat, big rat. Okay. Hang on, let me murder your child first. Ah! Nice. Nice, 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 nice.
Sweet.
Nice, nice,
Nice,
nice,
nice,
nice,
nice.
nice, nice, nice.
Clarifying horn charm. Okay, can't go anywhere else. Can't go anywhere else. So it looks like just back up.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Okay.
But now we know.
Well, we got everything.
We got all our shit.
We splarred.
We did such a good splar.
We splored so good. Imagine a place where matter is crushed beyond comprehension, theoretically reaching infinite density. What cosmic is that a black hole? A black hole?
A black hole.
A black hole?
Yeah, sounds like... Get up, but up, black hole.
Have you checked your black hole?
Skid up.
Wait, is this the right one? No.
Yeah.
This is going further?
Yeah.
Oh, just looks all the same. Okay. Yay, the singularity of a black hole. I'm so smart.
So small.
Oh, okay, here we are. All right, heal and magic and physique. All right, let's go.
I don't have.
Lamenter. All right, so if I remember right, he's gonna like clone himself, and you have to get the clone within so many attempts, or you like insta die. I think. Okay, so he's gonna clone. Oh. Okay. So he's gonna. I thought it. Yeah. So he's gonna clone himself, and we have to find the real one, which I think I just did on accident, which is great. Maybe not. It's not doing damage to him. I am getting so much damage. Yep.
Get wrecked. Hello? Nope. Ow, 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 ow! Don't. I don't like him. He's annoying.
Yeah.
Don't. Ow. Fuck you, bitch! Hello? Nope.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think it's the one that's like covered in blood.
Ow. 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 I'm trying so hard, I'm gonna
I know,
die.
that's what happened to me. I got like just like in a corner with a bunch of the clones and I just could not get out.
Ow. Stop fucking balls. Okay.
Oh,
You know
so
what?
yeah, you're cursed. Do you see the things around your head?
There's things around.
Yeah. Do you see them just floating around your head?
Yeah. No. No.
Now.
Stop. No. Don't.
Yeah, you got cursed.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know how to change the curse. Like, I don't know how to I don't know how to not get cursed. But yeah, that's what happened. You got cursed. Trying to remember from a year ago from Binger. No, you want to murder him. You want to find him, and from what I can tell, he will like have blood stains on him, and the others.
I was kidding.
Yeah.
I like your method of ow, 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 ow.
It works though, doesn't it?
Sometimes.
Okay.
Hang on, wait. Oh, I can't adjust my shit. Never mind.
What were you trying to do?
I was gonna adjust my flasks.
Oh, but yeah, no, there's no grace, unfortunately.
I cannot. runes.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe I can uwu my way out of this. Uwu?
That's holy damage too against this guy.
Where's my sword? Where is my sword? Okay.
Okay, I got him 2 more times before he left. Alright, so you need to find him.
Ow.
It's this guy on me, I think.
My mimic just threw like a fucking firebomb at him. Stop it. Maybe we can just bully him out of doing it.
I know, I'm running out of stamina though, is the problem. Okay, he's almost dead. Alright, alright, alright. I think it's this one. He's got a lot of blood on him. Yeah. Got him. Nice.
Nice, nice, nice.
Nice.
Ooh. Oh, dope. Gotta get out of here so we can level up our shit.
Yeah.
Why are you still fighting, Mimic?
Truly need to level.
Mimic. They're all dead. Mimic. Man.
Mimic.
Oh, he came back.
What?
That's okay. I left. I am gone.
I don't think that was supposed to happen. I just want to throw that out there. I don't think that was supposed to happen. Alright, I need to use something because I'm like 40k away. And I don't want to risk losing my stuff, so.
Yeah. What do I want to do? Endurance? Yeah, I need more stamina. I'm 100k away. That's too many to do a thing with.
Yeah, 40 is even a lot. I might even just wait. Alright. Okay.
I mean, I could. I have so many runes that I could break. But...
I know, but yeah, I'm just gonna wait because we're just gonna start getting more shit. Okay. Sir. Lamentor's jail. Alright, so there's a church above us, according to the map. But how would we get there?
You might ask yourself, how do we get there?
Yeah, number 2 is up there.
Number 2.
Number 2.
I have 3, 4, and 1. I don't have a number 2 on my compass, but...
Oh, maybe it's just showing the wrong number for you, because I have a 2, 4, and a 1.
Oh, interesting.
Mm. Oh, right here, possibly? Ooh, right here.
Possiblar.
Well, that still is not correct, because there's not a church here. Is it below?
Or it might be... Is it
Above?
on top of the cliff?
Yeah, maybe on top of the cliff.
The Clark?
The cliff.
Ow.
So, do we go this way? Yeah, I think we go this way to go up.
That was a terrible idea. So
Is it further up? Is it all the way up and across? Like, can we continue to go further up?
yeah, like, is it up, 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 up?
Yeah, I think it's up, up, up.
Up, 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 up?
Up, 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 up.
Where is it on the map?
Right here?
No, oh, that one?
Right here?
Yeah.
It's gotta be
up.
above. Yeah.
How would one?
Oh, spring here. But this is only gonna go up here. That's not. Yeah, we've already done this spring because this is where
That's where we murdered the
the
flame man.
guy. Yeah.
Flame man.
Okay, so then what is here? So do we go from Gravesite Plain and go over? We must.
You could try it.
Okay, so Gravesite Plain, but then there's okay, so there's got to be. All right, so we're gonna go to Gravesite Plain, and then we're gonna keep the mountain on our left, and we're gonna try and see if there's a spring or some way to get up.
Okay.
But it's on that mountainside to our left here. It's technically right behind us once we spawn in.
About it to our left.
All right, so let's see if we can find jumpies or any other way up.
Get jumped.
No, don't get jumped. That's mean.
Oh.
Don't see anything so far.
Fucking birds.
I know these birds just really think that they're tough.
We're like, oh, I'm a bird.
Oh, I'm a bird. Wow.
Oh. There's gotta be a thing.
No, I don't see anything. So... Is there a below that we didn't go to?
I mean, maybe, but
Did we go to this mausoleum yet? No, we haven't.
we haven't gone to like anything. Ah, bird. Ah, another bird.
Seems like here is the spot. But I just don't know fucking where.
Bird, 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 bird. Bird, 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 bird.
I thought for sure the jail would lead us out, but I guess it didn't.
Western nameless muzzle. There's a boss fight in here?
Mm-hmm. There's 4 of these. So this fucker was the first person I met when I came in the DLC, and he slapped the life out of me.
Just backhanded.
Yeah. I was feeling good because I had just like beaten all the bosses in base game, and I was like, I'm feeling good. Like I'm recommended level plus. Like I'm good. And then I showed up here, and this guy was like, oh. He hasn't even done his like attack. He has a machine gun crossbow.
What?
Yeah.
What? That's crazy.
And he usually does it as you walk in. Oh, he's trying to pull it out. Hold on, let him do it. Let him do it.
Oh, he healed though.
Yeah. No, do your crossbow. I'm trying to show off, asshole.
Asshole.
Alright, well, I guess he's not gonna do it. But yeah, he has a crossbow that does like... It's just like
Ew,
fucking ridiculous.
I like that I can apparently get him from behind.
You only get 1 heal, jerk off.
Ow, rude. Knight of the Solitary Growl.
He was called the Black Jail Knight, and they changed his name, which I'm not sure why. Yeah.
Interesting.
Nice. I can level up again, which is amazing.
I cannot.
Okay, so...
I just need, like, 25k, which feels
There's gotta
like
be something. There has to be something here. Like there's gotta be.
Take immediately.
there's gotta be something. Gotta be something.
Bruh. Like, looking at the map, like, where do you go up? Unless it's literally from Charo's hidden grave and then around.
But how would one around though? Because
Like-
there isn't.
Like here? And go around that way?
Maybe.
I just don't know how the fuck
But
to
there
get up
doesn't really
here.
Seem like a place to do that.
But I know you can't, like, this is a town here. Like this, do you see this on the map? Like this is very obviously a town. So there's gotta be a way up here. So I guess let's go back to Charo's hidden grave and try to go the around that way. I just don't know. Like there's a whole town over there. Oh, thank you for the hydrate. Yes.
Oh yeah, I will also hydrate.
Okay, so we're gonna go to 2.
Bird. Stop.
Stop it.
Stop it.
2 is on this side, I think. I can't look at my map. Of course not.
Oh, no, 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 no. Oh, no, 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 no.
Is it down? Is it up? Okay, no, it's this way.
Oh, dangerous.
Danger, Will Robinson, Danger.
Gengar.
Gengar, Will Robinson, exactly.
Uh-huh. Okay, so we're going this way,
So
and then we're gonna
this
try
way.
to go around.
No,
Pretty
this
sure
doesn't
where I
go.
was hiding.
Oh, no,
this is
wait,
where I was
this-
hiding from the man.
This way, and then this. No, this is this bridge. Because it
Yeah.
wasn't translated correctly. Oh, fair, I guess. Well, there's an. No, see, now we're below. It's definitely above us somehow, and I don't know how to get up there.
There's
That-
gotta be a jumpy jumperson.
It looked like it, though. That really did.
It was being translated incorrectly. You had it right the first time, Auntie.
Whatever you understand. Yes, exactly. It was not translated correctly. Translation was incorrect.
Green Black was renamed because it was being translated incorrectly, didn't fit in the lore. Yeah. Did you please what? What did I do?
Hi, Bessie.
Oh, hey.
Oh, hey. Ah! Okay, let's not do that.
Hi. There's up here. And this takes me to an end. And I can't get any farther from here. There's gotta be.
Okay,
To
so
pull you out of your misery. You want me to
this
kill
goes
you?
down. Where does this go? Hi.
Hi. Whee!
We're a little
Oh.
lost. Did you find it?
Oh. That's a different O.
I thought I could jump down. I thought I could jump. How did I get down from there before? Oh no. Then what are you talking about, Andy? You said put you out of your misery. There's only
Jesus
one
Christ,
way I know how
no,
to
the
do that.
fuck? You guys should do a podcast. We don't even have anything to talk about ever.
We've never spoken.
Mm-mm.
We just play silently.
Yeah. Okay, shh. I'm watching a YouTube video. Don't tell anyone.
Just forget you were trying to be silly. I mean, so was I. Oh, wait, the fuck? Where are my runes? There they are.
How do I
Just
watch this
forget.
at 100 million speed? Playback speed. 0.5. 2.
Take these little steps. Ah! Ah! There you go. I got it. I got it. I got it. This is the best podcast where nobody talks about anything. Listen, it would be better than many podcasts that are out and about right now. Could you imagine? Number 1 on Spotify, Joe
What?
Rogan. Number
Okay.
2, G and Pink being obnoxious.
Okay, so it says to go 3-path cross. Oh, this must be like we must be able to go underneath this to go up and around. Okay, so apparently we go to 3-path cross.
Okay. 3. Where the fuck?
It should just be just a little bit north of where we are.
Oh, there. There it is. There.
Okay, so then
I know
Okay.
podcasts. I just need both of you to call me and leave me random voice messages for like small custom personal podcasts.
sure.
Number 2 behind Joe. Listen, I'm not about to have an overinflated sense of personal like worth. And I know that like the bros do be liking their Joe Rogan for whatever
Brogan. Oh, I guess this does make sense, huh? You son of a bitch, dog. You son of a bitch, dog! Okay. No, not you, dog. You're perfect.
Collage. Give me that Smith and Stone. Like and subscribe, bitches.
And that's how we end every one of our podcasts after sitting in silence.
Because we don't have anything to talk about?
Yeah. Because we've never spoken. We've never even met before.
No, I don't know what you're talking about. Please get out of my ears. Why are you on my why are you on my Discord?
Why are you on my
call?
ears?
Why are you on my ears? They should make fun of Joe Rogan all the time.
Wow, look at this is like a whole new area because the map is deceiving and you went underneath.
Okay, hang on, I'm gonna warp to this real fast.
Yeah.
But sometimes like, okay, bro, that's like 90% of the time. What do you mean sometimes? That's all of the time. Like, bro, why you say
That's
that?
how I feel pretty much like when every man speaks.
Like, okay, bro.
Okay, bro.
Ew. Gross.
Now, let me just make sure that you guys understand that there's a difference between the word man and the word man
And
parentheses derogatory. Just want to make sure that that's clear.
Parentheses derogatory.
Parentheses derogatory. I have to level up before I lose sirens.
Yeah, that's fine. I think I need to get like 10 anymore. I'm not a big podcast person, honestly. Oh, let's just do like... I think I need like 10k. I'll do this.
This man disappeared.
I went to the
I know.
race. Sorry.
I know.
I need more football. They'll tell you why the hero fucked up. Oh, that's fun.
Hi, hero man.
Ew, hero man. Oh. Yeah.
Okay, I just killed so many men. These are like weird, like rat men.
Ew.
Weird fat rat bat men.
Rat men.
Rat men. Ew, those are the worst.
Bleh.
Bleh. Bleh.
Blah, blah, blah.
Prospect Town. Nice.
Prospect?
Prospect.
Prospector Town. Yeah!
Yeah. Yup. Exactly. A man derogatory also needs to be on merch.
Oh my god, I would actually. But in like the smaller font too, not just in
Like the
parentheses.
derogatory part needs to be smaller.
Yeah. Goodbye, turtle. I'm gonna murder you.
Ew, a man. That's not from Gigi. That is from Gigi
Ew,
and Pink.
A man.
A man. Giving Gigi credit.
Then men will get too close to your boobs. They do that anyway.
But it would be even funnier if I only sold it in like men's sizes.
That would be pretty great. Not gonna lie. Maybe an asterisk. Ah! Where the fuck? Dog?
A dog. Derogatory. All right, what's left in this town? Let's go in this town.
This town.
Oh, wait. This way. No, let me go. Torrent? Stop torrenting, I swear.
Torrent? We don't do LimeWire anymore. Well, that wasn't really torrent.
Yeah, I was like, I still torrent. What do you mean?
I avenged you.
Thanks.
I'm so sorry.
My poor dog. You're gonna have to get used to these noises, baby girl. I'm very sorry. You're 2 days old here. Well, she's not 2 days old. She's been here for 2 days. She's 12 weeks old.
She's just a baby.
She is a baby. I can't believe her first bark was on stream earlier. That was so cute.
Oh,
It was like, ah,
I heard it.
it was so little.
It's so cute.
It was so
small.
little. She was like, hello.
Mother,
Mother, please, hello.
pay attention to me.
Baby girl, I would pay attention to you all the time if I could.
Constantly.
Yeah. She has to go to work with me this week, though, because she's not crate trained yet.
Oh, baby.
Mhm.
What a terrible thing.
I know. That's just the worst thing that I could ever
To
experience in my
bring
life.
Your teeny tiny puppy into work. Oh my god.
Whatever will I do?
I'm sure your coworkers are gonna hate it.
Oh, I
so
know. Especially
much.
when I'm like, hey, can you watch my dog while I go to this meeting or go pee or whatever?
How horrible!
How
will
horrible that you
be?
can watch my very tiny baby dog. That's just my baby doggy. That's just my baby doggy.
Look
I
at
hope this
go.
town was not full of these ratmen prior to whatever happened here.
We're just decimating an entire population.
Yeah, like they're just like living
They're like, "There's just
quietly in their homes and we're just like, no. Why would you do that?
Jesus Christ!
An outer god heirloom. What's that? Raises arcane. Oh, that's not bad for you.
Oh, it's where? It's where?
In this room.
I'm in a different place, apparently. I got distracted.
I see. Where did you? Oh, I was like, how did you get that far distracted? In that room up there.
Oh, what's over here?
Yeah, I'm gonna go there
This room?
next. No,
Oh,
but I'm going. I'm
shit.
going there next.
Wait, I need to think. That's why Andy said that I should put I got distracted on merch.
Yes.
Outer God.
That's what they get for being men. Men.
Derogatory.
Parentheses derogatory.
Was it this room? Oh, it's just outside. Okay, never mind. Is there anything else to see here?
I don't see anything else here, but I wonder if now... Oh, now we can go all the way over to the other side, though.
Straight on through to the other side.
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 This may be too far. But it's not. Ah, what?
Did you
Full on landed! I full
And then
on
it said
landed
no.
on another rock higher up! Oh, this game. I full... all 4 feet on the ground landed. And then went down further and it counted as fall damage. No, I see you laughing, Horseman, but like... that was bullshit. Like, you saw that, right? Like, you did see that, right?
Where are we going?
We're going to the other side where I marked the church and stuff, but now I have to go get my runes again. Are you sleepy?
I'm always sleepy.
Okay.
So where did you jump down? Like here? Nope, that's just death.
Right here. No! Oh my gosh, okay, at least I didn't die that time. Torrent,
Okay,
please, I beg. Torrent, I'm like actually begging you. Let me get my runes, please. Okay. Yeah, that's literally where you're standing is where my runes are.
Oh.
Okay, no, you're good, you're good, you're good. Alright, so let's go back. This way. Okay, much better. Much better.
Bedor.
Much better.
Yes, yes. You want to be put in timeout, or... I mean... I'm not gonna say
I mean, some
nothing
people
about
want to
that.
be put in timeout so they just, like, can be by themselves. They're like, yeah, put
Like I
me in
said,
fucking...
I'm not
Send me
gonna
to
say
my
nothing
room.
about it.
Like, I would be
Oh,
like
no.
that. Like, as a kid, my parents would be like, go to your room. I'd be like, good. Send me to my room where all my fucking shit is and nobody else is. Cool.
Where all my books are.
Right. My books, my movies, my video games. Like, please, please, please send me there and tell me I'm not allowed to leave, please.
I just have books.
Are you a no TV in the bedroom person?
I have one in my TV now, but I didn't have one as a kid. We didn't have TV in the bedroom kind of money.
Oh no, we didn't either, but we had like cheap hand-me-downs.
Oh yeah, I didn't have those.
Yeah. My dad worked for KB Toys, if you remember that throwback.
Yeah.
So we had video game systems and stuff like that, but it's only because he was getting clearance plus employee discount plus markdowns, you know.
Yeah.
So like we had everything, but like 2 years late. Oh, here's
sometimes
a
you're done playing with some neighborhood kids, you go inside to get a drink and ask your parents to pretend they grounded you so they could stay inside. Amazing.
I have heard that too. I have heard parents like yeah, I'm gonna send you to your room, but I'm also gonna take like the cord for your controller so you can't play your games. Yeah. Okay, so here's a church. But how do we go below? Here's the church. Here's the steeple. Open the doors to see all the people. All right, is this down? Is this the down?
Bear.
Bear. Oh, he's nothing. He's nothing.
Just a bear.
Just a silly bear. All right, so we gotta figure out how to get down. So there's gotta be a hole or... Oh wait, this? Is this jumpable?
Maybe this. I'll find out.
Excuse me.
Maybe, we can go from here? Oh yeah.
Thank you for blessies.
Blessy.
Blessies.
I did get like I had a Game Boy Color. Oh. And then we got an N64. But that was about it. But for whatever reason, even though we both got it for Christmas, it got to live in my brother's room. So
opposite in my house. I was the older.
I was older, so I don't know how that happened.
You got shafted is how that happened.
But I have it now, bitches.
Yeah.
It's in my games cabinet right here. Blue Dude Talisman.
Oath Seeker. Ooh. Okay.
God. Oh, don't worry. I still give him shit for it.
Kevin.
He had the shitty hand-me-down TV though. But it was still in his room.
Wait. Where the fuck is this?
How did you get down there?
Wait, what is this? How is this? How did this end up being here though? Oh, this is the starting cavern. I jumped down when there was like it like went down and I jumped down. Yeah, right here. Yeah, right here.
Here?
Yeah, you're right above me. Yep. Look, get off your horse though and look down so you don't fall.
You.
Yeah, this is where you start the DLC. That's why I was like, how does this land here? But I guess that makes sense. Okay, so we did that. We got that. So now we can either go to, what time is it? 11:13. Okay, cool. So we can either go, we can continue south and we can go to the blue area, the Cerulean coast, all the blue flowers, or we can continue east and we can go up the mountain.
Let's go see some blue flowers.
The blue flowers. Okay.
Blue flowers.
Okay. I have the one grace that I touched when I jumped over the little feet of the dragon.
The accidental grace.
Yeah. Okay.
Hello.
Hello. Okay, so this is the Cerulean coast. So we have all this to explore now.
Cerulean.
It's so pretty here. I was this was like the one place that I was really excited to see when they announced like the trailer for the DLC.
It's lovely.
It's lovely.
Gorgeous.
We need to make our way here, which we're gonna have to go into a cave to get there because there's the next pretty dresses in there.
That's important.
Yeah.
I'm glad our priorities are so
Aligned. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, I just hiccuped. That was funny.
I took the prettiest dresses.
The pretty dresses. It is true though. We need pretty dresses.
Yeah, what's the point?
Yeah.
Pretty dresses.
Literally called fashion souls. I just want to make that clear.
Mm-hmm.
All of them. All the pretty dresses.
Every single one of them. Oh, there's something up here. There's a thing to loot.
A thing to loot.
A grab globwort.
Gub gub.
Glub glorp.
Glub glub. Oh my gosh, I pressed the wrong button and I drank another flask.
Who are you, me?
I guess so, man. Night Rain's ruining me.
And you fell off of something earlier?
I know.
Wow.
Who is she?
Wow. She's Gigi.
Oh, you don't like holy damage, do you? Ooh.
Oops.
Okay, so that's where we have to end up. So I'm gonna bet there's like a Downies that will be in a cave, is my guess.
Down a Rooney.
A little downer runeskies. Hey, 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 rude, 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 rude.
Oh, you almost died.
I know.
Rude, rude,
Rude,
rude, rude,
rude.
rude, 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 rude.
I drank the vodka instead of the water. It sure seems like it, doesn't it, though?
Ow, 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 ow. You fuck. You killed my horse.
He has one hit left. He has one hit left. He has one hit left.
Where did you even die? I wasn't anywhere near you. Hoomst.
Oops. This
Oh my gosh,
man, derogatory.
Ow. Ow. This man? I'm trapped.
The shadow man. Yeah.
Cool. Okay. That didn't go well.
Yeah. Cool.
Totally fine.
Cool. That was what I was planning the whole time. That's totally cool. That's fine.
No,
Yep.
yeah,
Cool.
Cool. Oh, fuck. Oh, I have 45,000. I thought I had 400 and something thousand runes. I was like, wait, what the fuck?
Whoa, when did that happen?
Exactly. I was like, wait a minute. Thank you for that clip, Andy. No. 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 No!
Oh, this motherfucker has all his health back.
Of course he murdered both.
Get shitted up. Shit upon. Get shit upon. Get shitted on.
I never got. Did I ever get maps? Get
I
shot.
just got electrocuted. Holy.
Oh my.
You never got the what? The map? Is that what you said?
No, I did get the map. Apparently, I've got like I can see the map, so apparently I got the map.
Oh.
I just don't remember getting the map. Maybe you got the map and it worked for me, but that
Usually you
always.
both have to get the map. Maybe you grabbed it quickly while you were running or something.
I probably like drive-by grabbed. Ooh,
Yeah.
a Grace.
Grace!
A Grace! I touched
Cerulean
it.
Coast Waste.
I touched it.
Touch.
I touched it.
That's the noise of touching Grace.
The clips auto. They do. Yeah. I know. I wish people used it
so
more.
fancy.
I know. I feel like such an asshole when I was like, guys, if you think things are funny, clip them and quote them.
It says the last 30 seconds and let it post it to Discord.
Yeah.
Oh, hi.
Hi, I'm back.
This just fucking dropped out of the heavens.
All right, we must find the way.
I spent a lot of time figuring out how to do some shit, and that was one of the things that I figured that was one of the easier things, but I figured it out. Maybe it was a type of drive-by crab. Hey.
Wait. Oh, you're back because we set up the Grace now.
The Shadow Man?
The Shadow
Oh,
Man.
no.
Derogatory. He's dead.
I helped.
Guys, I almost just GG'd so hard.
Well, okay.
Oh, I found it.
Oh,
GG. Yeah. GG's like, I
almost-
found it too. Ah!
Oh, wait. This goes two directions.
Okay.
So there's this way, which goes whamst.
Yelay.
She's
Wimps?
good. She's sweeping.
Oh, Ellie.
You missed her. She talked. She talked for the first time on stream earlier, and it was so cute. She was like,
She did a little bork bork.
Uncle Ray loves her. She's such a good girl. She really is. I just don't even know how I got so lucky again.
Grape grape glob lork.
Glub glub.
Grape grape glob lork.
Te amo, business.
Glorious. Wait, where did you go?
I went back in because there's two ways to go in the cave.
Bork bork. No, don't hurt me. You are worm, and I am Gigi. Gigi cannot be
You
hurt
are
by
worm. I am GG.
Worm. And Gigi says no. Did you die?
No,
What happened?
I got the piss scared out of me.
A fucking lobster.
Sorry, Ellie.
Worm?
No, that's a lobster. That's not the worm.
He's a lobster. Lobster.
Lobster, not a worm.
Lobster, not worm.
A rock lobster.
But it wasn't a rock.
It was a rock lobster.
That's one of my sound commands. But it wasn't a rock.
Well, we did it.
There was another way to go down here, though.
Oh.
Hada,
Okay.
hada.
Is there? Let me see if there's a grace.
A Grace?
Guys.
I'm waiting for someone to use it. If you wanna. I mean, I sang it myself, so you're building the suspense. Okay.
It doesn't look like there's a grace. All right, so let's go back your way.
Maybe there wasn't another way? I thought there was another way. I might have been a liar. Rocks! Nope, I was a liar. There wasn't another way to
Wow, chat.
go. Wow. Gigi's just a lying. Wait, it wasn't a rock? No.
It was a rock lobster.
You bought matching towels for what? You and the Rock?
Yeah, apparently.
Dwayne the Rock Johnson?
Yeah.
Crib! Let me off. Ow.
Ray, do you want to see Yelly?
Ah. Ah.
Ellie, are you awakies? Oh my gosh, you're so cute. Oh no, you put your head back down already.
I want to see her. Oh no, is she sleeping?
Oh, she's here. I'll show you. I'll show you.
You got a doggy cam?
I should make a doggy cam though.
You should make a doggy cam so that she can. Oh no!
She's so little. I love her.
Shut up! Every time I see her, I want to die.
I know. I know. Look at this face. Look at this face.
So small.
Look at her.
I'm being
baby
attacked.
girl.
I'm being attacked. I died.
Baby girl. Hmm. Oh, big yawn. Big yawn with your puppy breath. And I don't know if you guys have noticed. I love it. I think it's the cutest thing that's ever existed ever. But this ear flops backwards. Do you see it? It doesn't go like forward. It flops. It's so cute. I hope it never changes.
I love her
I hope it never changes.
with my whole heart.
I do too. I love you too. Hmm.
You can. When you use the clip command, it clips both. As long as it's within like the 30 seconds, it works. I think.
Yeah.
I mean, it definitely works on my side. Yeah, when you did the last clip, it clipped both of our streams.
Oh, do you mean like you wish you could capture it like on the multi-Twitch?
Oh, yeah, sure. That makes more sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
You just want my murder.
The widowist? She literally is. She's so little. So
She's so small.
I don't know if you guys remember this, but before Jack passed, his Christmas present was I bought him a electric dog bed that had a sensor in it, so when he got into the dog bed, the sensor turned on and the bed heated up and warmed up. She is so little, she can't even trigger the sensor.
Shut up.
Yeah.
That's so stupid.
Yeah. She literally, the sensor won't go off because she weighs like 1.5 pounds.
Oh my god, I'm gonna die.
I know. Literally, I want to die. I look at her and I'm just like, I want to die. I want to cease to exist.
You're the one who murdered me. Now I will murder you. I was looking at a puppy.
I'll babysit. Yeah, sure. Can you be here at 8 a.m. Monday so I can go to work? Ellie a shirt that says blessings. Oh my gosh, it wouldn't even fit. It would have to be like a sock.
Oh no! Shut up. I'm gonna die.
I didn't even know they made dogs this little. Strap her off on your way. Perfect. I'll be there first thing in the morning on Monday.
Where are we going? What are we doing?
I'm waiting. I'm standing in front of where we're supposed to be going.
Oh. Like, I don't know. You're taking time, bitch. Hello?
Hi! Dress time!
Get a pretty dress.
Get dressed, bitch.
Get dressed, idiot.
Hi, do you like the moon?
Oh, she... Ow, ow, ow! Don't! She threw fire at me. That was mean. I do like her dress, though.
Yeah, I knew you would.
I'll wear it. Although, maybe I want the option to wear it. Because I do like wearing my...
The Melania one?
Melania dress.
Yeah.
Because it's like, yeah, I'm amazing.
Yeah, I killed Melania for
I'm
this.
wearing the spoils of battle.
Ah, stop it! Stop it! Stop it! Good.
Dancer of Rana.
Rana.
Enemy fell.
Dancing blade of Rana. Dancer's hood, dancer's dress, dancer's bracer, dancer's trousers. Let's go.
Cute.
Let's definitely put the pants on though because they're cute. And then I
cute.
think we'll put the little braces on too because they're also cute.
Little braces.
Yeah, look, I have little sandals. Look at my sandals. Look at my sandals.
Rest. Hold on.
Look at my sandals.
Sandals.
You have sandals.
Oh my god. The
Sandals.
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 Okay, hold on. Do I want...
Put the dress. The dress is pretty.
Oh, it is pretty.
It's very pretty. And you know what else you can do? I mean, you don't have to if you don't want to, but if you go to the tailor and you have them adjust, like, you know how you can alter your garments or whatever? It'll take the red part off and you'll have the black, like, underdress.
I like the red though.
I do. I like the red part too.
Bado is furious that you're not going to bed yet. Doesn't he know that we're going dress shopping?
Dresses.
Dressies.
Dressies. All right, so we can go back to the mainland.
Oh, mainland.
So I guess west coast, and then we'll continue south. And then we'll do that area. So I told you guys Ellie is teething, right? And she's like chewing on everything and biting everything. One of the things she has done is she'll kiss my face and she'll kiss my face and then she'll like nibble. And so occasionally she's gotten my lip a couple times and now I can feel it. I can feel I have like one tiny little spot on my lip that's like a little bump. I'm like, Ellie.
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 Biting my face, Ellie.
You know that's your name. I'm so sorry. She's looking up at me like, what?
Sophie. Oh. I have acquired cat.
Cut. Yellow.
Nothing. I'm not saying nothing.
I'm very proud though, for being 2 days into this, she's only had one accident so far. So, tried real hard to get her to. I don't know how to, like, I've never had like such a baby dog before though. Like even Gigi was like a few months old. Like how do you teach them to alert you that they need to go outside? Like, I want her to, like, I want to get one of those buttons or whatever that she can, like, push. It's like, I want to go outside.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Sophie is furiously headbutting me right now. Well, she was.
There's a dark on over here, so I shall wait.
I'm covered. You do not get to escape.
That was easy.
You do not get to escape at all.
We trained him in the ring. Yeah, but I don't know how to do that. Like, like if she doesn't know she has to go to the bathroom, then how do you teach her? I don't know. I've always I've had no problem teaching my dogs like tricks and stuff, but not like in the the obedience sense. You know what I'm trying to say? Like, how do you teach your dog to tell you I have to go to the bathroom?
Yeah, dragon attacked. Get dragon wounded. Oh, no, he didn't like getting dragon wounded.
Yeah, probably not.
Excuse me, my dress is pretty, you
yes,
can't.
when she wakes up, I take her out, yeah. Maybe just I start ringing the bell before we go OUT. Yeah, that's probably it. Yeah, it's probably just Schrodinger's training or whatever it's called. Pavlov. Yes, thank you. I was like, Schrodinger's not right. That's Schrodinger's cat. Yes, Pavlov training. Thank you. I'm glad you knew what I was trying to say, and I was just an idiot.
No, not an idiot. Just the wrong thing.
Yeah, Gigi got me. Pavlov. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
And have her ring it. Yeah.
He just diarrhea'd ice on me.
Oh. Give her a treat and let her out. Yeah. She's still so small though. Like, it took her a good chunk of today before she learned her name. Like yesterday, you know, we've been calling her by her name for the past 2 days, but today she's actually turning her head and responding to it and acknowledging it.
Baby. Yeah, I've only
I
had
don't know, a schedule. Yeah. I haven't had cats in forever. My mom's allergic. So the last time I had a cat was like 2013 when I had my own apartment.
I make it sound like I've had so many. Moke was my first pet ever.
Ever? And how old was he?
He was 15.
That's a long time for a cat. Oh.
Yes and no.
Oh, I mean, yeah, like that's on the longer of the spectrum, I would say. Yeah. Like for sure cats can live longer, but that's a good chunk.
Wasn't fucking long enough, I'll tell you what.
It's never, trust me. Gigi was almost 16 and it's never long enough. It's never long enough.
Nope.
He sits in the kitchen and stares at you. I know. Listen, it's 2025. When are we gonna figure out how to make our animals immortal? Why haven't we done it yet?
Honestly, unacceptable.
Honestly, it's disrespectful. It's disrespectful.
And I mean, Buckeye is only a year younger than Moog, and he's doing great. Like Moog had arthritis, and he had asthma, and he had kidney problems.
They're different breeds, right?
I mean, yeah. I guess they're cats.
Well, but cats have different breeds, and they have different problems, and yeah.
They're both American short hairs.
Yeah.
Ooh, ow. Rude. Okay, rude. Don't. Have you considered not doing that?
Have you considered don'ting?
Oh.
Was that you?
He turned. Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
He turned around and murdered me. This guy's a bitch.
It kind of is. Just slamming him in the ribs. Just disrespecting his whole family.
Disrespect your surroundings.
Oh, Mimic. Come on.
Did you get your Mimic?
Yeah.
Don't.
Just don't.
Just don't.
Am I far enough away? Oh, thank fuck I was. Okay. No!
I'm just gonna dodge into the breath.
Well, he wasn't breathing when I did it.
You almost got him.
Don't swing. Okay.
Yeah, I never had any pets growing up.
Was it just never like on like your radar, or just like you weren't allowed, or what?
My parents always just had like, we travel too much.
Yeah,
We
yeah,
travel.
yeah.
And I was like, okay.
Just curious. Some people are
Have you
just
ever
not animal people, you know?
Yeah. Well, I know my dad had like dogs growing up,
Mm-hmm.
and I think my mom just never had pets, and so it just wasn't on her
Oops, sorry.
list of things that she
Depressed.
wanted.
Yeah. It's funny because my grandparents on my mom's side were very like anti-pets. Like they did like animals weren't allowed in the house. Like if you get a dog, you can have a dog, but it stays outside forever. Like my grandparents are like not pet people. And I've always been an animal lover. Like I've always been an animal lover ever since I was like a baby. And so I just pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed and pushed until my parents were like, fine, but you have to take care of it. And then I've just literally always had a dog since then.
Yeah, I always like asked for one, but they were like, no, no, no. I was like, okay. Where are my runes?
Probably in the direction of the one, but not quite there. Cosmo was 17. He was diagnosed with kidney issues at 14. Wow. I had my lab. She would say at the door, she needed to go out. It's good. They'll pick that up. Yeah.
Okay, I need to level up real quick before we go too far.
Oh shit. I probably should too. Yeah.
The
Yeah.
cat distribution system, 100%.
That's honestly, Andy, after losing both of my dogs, like within like a 2-year period, I was like, I could never have another dog ever again. Like my heart hurts too much. Like I just can't go through that pain again. And then
Sure.
life was like, yeah, but what if we just left a dog?
Right at your neighbor's house.
Right at your neighbor's house. Yeah.
What? Oh, it's over here.
And now that I've had her for 2 days, she reminds me so much of Jack that I almost feel like it's destiny, you know, because she reminds me so much of him. She really does.
We got an ash blessing.
An ass blessing.
An ass blessing.
Ass, 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 ass.
Ass, ass, and titties. Ass and titties.
Ass, ass, and titties. Titties. Titties.
Titties.
Titties.
Let's do... I need more stamina.
All right. Let's go.
At least they gave these skirts nice and voluminous skirts so that we can be
Ride
on
our horses, yeah.
Yeah. And still have some good swoosh.
And I like the little scarves that fly off and stuff. With the little... I wish it jingled, though. But that would probably get very annoying.
It would be incredibly obnoxious. It's got good ruffles.
Smidding stone.
Schmiffin.
Schmidding stone.
Schmitty, 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 schmitty.
Did we get
Might
everything up there is the question. I think we did.
switch back to my blood.
Blood. Yeah, I mean, you can always swap back and forth. We'll have like 3 more dragons left in the DLC, so yeah.
Worms!
3 or 4, maybe.
Worms?
Oh, he's about to throw some pots, I'll betcha.
Yep. I'm gonna take this time to swap. Yup.
Okay. Okay, how do you feel about the moon?
Ow. Rude. Oh, no.
Have you heard of our Lord and Savior, the moon?
Moon.
Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah.
Doctor works at. Doctor doesn't have any pets because his wife and his culture doesn't think animals should be in the house.
But he's a vet?
That's wild.
I mean, they, like, even if they're not in the house, you still take them to the vet. Like, you still take your ranch dogs to the vet and your barn cats to the vet.
Yeah, but like, I don't know. I don't know.
I mean, as long as he's not like telling people that their dog needs to be outside, then.
But I just feel like to be a vet, you have to have some sort of like undying love for animals. I don't know. I don't know. I guess you don't. I guess you don't.
Well, you can still have an undying love for animals and, like.
No, I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, I guess like you're probably right, but for me, like, they are part of my family. They are part of the household. They're part of it. It's like, so I guess I understand. Like, he can love animals and still separate them. I get it. I can't though.
And I'm definitely of the look at the dog doing such a good job when it's like a farm dog or a ranch dog. I'm like those dogs don't ever
we
come
have
in.
farm animals. We have chickens and we have rabbits that don't come in the house. But like, like I still love them and I would care for them and do what they need. Yeah. But I guess I get it. But like dogs and cats, like I'm like they're so. What's the word I'm thinking of? Domesticated. Yeah, I was like domicile, not the right word. They're so domesticated that like some of them might not understand. Like they might not understand why they're not allowed to be with their people.
Oh, that dog.
Oh, I was not looking at my health, like at all.
I've benched you.
It's okay, thank you. I did not decide to look at my health bar. It's lovely. I've got so far to go.
So far
to go.
So far to go. Well, you don't want to get bleeded on?
Oh my gosh, the very first day yesterday when I was outside with her, she was like super curious about the chickens, so she got like up close to like the chickens, which are in a little fenced in area. And one of the chickens like must have like jumped or flapped its wings or something, which scared her, so she yelped, which then scared all the chickens and made all the chickens start, so everyone was like freaking out.
Oh no!
I was like, you better get used to those chickens because they're gonna be outside every day when you go outside. But it was just like, she was like, what are those? Mother, what are those?
Mother, protect me.
Mother, do you see those things?
Their cats live in the hospital, and every time they get one, the doctor says no, they do it anyway, and he just doesn't acknowledge that there's a new one.
Oh, that's funny.
I mean, yeah. That's probably the best way to handle it.
Yeah. Just like, oh, how did that happen? Well, they must have found their way in.
Hi, Sylvie. Oh! I got a map of the southern shore. Wait, that's the map that is this place.
Wait, so how did you get the map before?
I have the map! I don't know. Whatever.
I don't know either.
Have it. It's fine.
Listen, the co-op mod is wonderful and flawless and never has any issues ever.
Do be co-oping. Worms! I also got murdered by a sludge.
Yeah, it's like putrescence or some shit. You'll see with the boss we'll fight in a little bit. Double sludge. Double sludge cookies.
Gross. Yeah.
So I think this is where we have to go.
Okay, hang on. I got my runes.
L.
Yeah.
L.
Oh. 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 Where did you go?
Down in the hole.
What?
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 What? What did you say? Wait, is that the
He wants
lower?
me to do what?
Yeah, this is the lower one. Okay.
Oh, wait,
Don't.
wait, where did you go?
Don't do that.
Oh, there's the sludge. No. Put those spikes away. It's not very nice.
Don't do that in
Oh, I'm
public.
not-
That's gross.
There you go. Elmer sludge.
Nice. One more slurge over here.
Slurge.
Slurge, 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 slurge. Everybody.
Everybody!
Slurge, 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 slurge. I tried to get that one on the way down and I missed. Guys, the sound effects increase your damage. Scientifically
Ow.
proven.
Fuck. You're hiding in the plants. Which is
Scientifically
rude.
proven
Yeah.
that the noises make your damage go up.
Mhm.
Everybody. Nope. Don't.
Ow.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. I said don't do it. I told you don't do it.
You said don't do it,
You
but you
didn't
did it.
listen.
What did you even expect?
Grass. Grass.
Grass.
Everybody. Okay, what's next? Oh, there's a grass down there. Ah, sludge.
Ow.
Yeah, he jumped into him bursting.
Yeah.
uh,
Oh, fucking wood.
Rod.
Wood. I don't like that he could do single or multi. Like, don't switch up your attacks depending on people around you. Oh no, there's two of them. Oh no.
Oh no.
Oh no. Put this shit away.
Congealed putrescence. Ugh.
Ow. Oh, I'm about to fall down. Oh shit.
Woo. Yeah, don't do that.
That was a bit embarrassing. Could you imagine
Could you
falling
imagine
down?
falling? Oh my gosh. I've
So
never
fail.
fallen in my life. Never fallen down. Never fallen in love.
Wow. I like the dress sounds. That. Ooh!
Oh my god. I like the dress sounds.
Listen,
We are so close to the Grace.
Can you just get it?
Yes, I'll just go get it.
Wait, then my stuff will be up. Oh,
Yeah, you gotta go back down.
Oh my god. I was gonna be like, oh,
I won't
the dresses
rest though, so nobody will respawn.
The dresses make sounds when you roll.
Oh
What?
my god.
Oh, you gotta be shitting me, man.
Oh my god, that was almost like I was going through clips, so I just happened to pull this one up when we found Milady, and I was like, "Oh, what's the attack do?" And I did the attack and went right off the tower.
Whee!
Whee!
I wasn't even there yet.
Oh god.
Oh no! What an idiot! What a dingus! Absolute dingus.
Would it be a Pink and Gigi stream if there was not, though?
Just another one for the compilation.
Yep.
I'm coming.
No, you're
Slow
good.
but
You're
steady.
good. You're good. You're good. I'm in no rush.
What's this? Nothing.
I can't watch you though, which is unfortunate. I can't watch the descent.
Oh no, I gotta go this way. Or was it here? Yes. Oh no. Okay. I just need to not fuck up.
But all the enemies should still be dead, so the majority of the hard part should be fine. Now it's just not
It's just
It's just not rolling
gravity.
off while showing off your dress.
Right, no, it's just me versus gravity, which is honestly the worst enemy of all.
No, you got
The
this.
screaming zoomies? Oh man. With a sprinkle of scream. Yep. This way. Yep. Oh, God. It's gonna be dark now. Fuck. It's
see
so
your-
dark.
I saw your
Where'd
name.
go? Okay. I have lantern.
Excuse me.
I see you.
Huh?
Is that where I go? Oh no. I think so. Oh god. If I die.
Where, did you get your runes yet?
No, they're down. They're so far down.
So yeah, you stay on that side. And then once you get to this area is when you cross to the other side. So yeah, so you should be going down. All right, so it's what? So it's your right, mine left?
Yeah, no, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, and then here. Okay, then there's this thing.
Oh, I see your light. Okay, yeah.
And at last I see the light. Okay, there's my runes. And it's like the fog is lifted. Where now? Oh, hello.
Hello. So just down right here? Yeah. And then here. Yay!
Jesus Christ.
So many runes. So many runes. All right, I'm at
Only
130 and I need 220. Okay, so I need 90k.
That's how many I have.
Well, so we're back on like kind of the same track. What level are you? 175?
I have. But I'm at.
Just check your status.
175.
Yay! We had a couple levels of a gap for a while, but we closed the gap.
What are you talking about? You make it sound like I lost all of my runes several times.
Oh my gosh! Do you guys remember when she ran into the ocean after Radon?
Shut up. Shut up!
That's still one of my favorites. Oh my gosh.
Oh, my runes are just right over
My
here.
roots are just right over here. Gigi, you can't go in the water. Okay.
No, you didn't say that.
No, I didn't say that. I said, did you go in the water?
Yes.
By the way, we can't swim.
BT dubs. Water bad.
All right.
Bully him.
Bully him! Don't let him move! Don't die, please.
Oh, thanks.
Because
I
I
was
almost missed it. I almost didn't jump far enough. Okay.
I didn't realize that it was a jump.
Yeah. No, I realized, but I did not. I don't think I jumped. I almost didn't jump far enough, is what I meant to say.
Now, bitch.
Okay, so down. Alright, so there's
I'm
a guy
fighting
over
a
there.
blob.
Oh. How much do blobs give? 1100? Okay. Could be better, I guess.
You, why did you just attack me? There were two dress ladies attacking.
Two dress ladies.
Two dress ladies.
Ah!
Oh. Well,
It fell
I can't
on
do-
me.
I can't.
That's
I
not
can't do it.
fair. Let me. If I climb out of it, that animation is disgusting.
Disgusting.
Oh my gosh. They made a whole ass animation of you climbing out of the goo. Alright, I think it's here. I'll go for it, I guess.
How do I?
Nope, that's not it.
I think it's here. I think it's where I am.
Okay, you smarter than me.
I will wait for you.
Okay. I will wait for you.
That is
I
a
can't.
different-
Oh,
I was thinking Hades Town. You went Mumford and Sons.
I did. I did.
I love that song though. It's been a while since I've listened to Mumford and Sons. I should listen to them again.
Since you mum and son. I think. I don't think. I'm a girl. I'm sorry, Nikki. You're right. I'm sorry.
Oh,
Sorry
is
that I
why
would
you don't-
deceive the fans. Oh. Wait.
Oh, you went that
I
way.
did. I did.
Oh, I think that's still fine though.
No, because my runes I think are gonna be up because I
And,
jumped.
Right, the runes.
The runes.
The runes. Yeah, I can't get back up, so I had to jump down.
Yeah, my runes are right here.
There's a large man.
A large man. I don't want the men to hear you. It's true. It's true. It's true.
Was it men or men derogatory?
Men derogatory.
With the parentheses.
Yes.
It's an important distinction. Oh, hello.
Hello. Yeah, because we don't want the men thinking we're talking about them when we're talking about the men. Derogatory.
Helped.
You did so good.
I just like that this dress comes with jewelry too.
I know the armband is something else. I love it. Oh, yeah, and the necklace. Yeah, I would wear the necklace IRL. Just want to say. Ah. Okay. Well.
Ah,
Okay. Well. I guess we're going this way.
wait for me.
I will wait. I will wait for you.
Are you a man derogatory or are you a man?
He's a rat man. That's like 2 derogatories.
Oh, no, I was right in the chat.
Me, a man? Oh no, it's there's man, and then there's
And then
man,
man.
parentheses derogatory.
The question is, which one are you?
Which one are you? Or are you asking? You have to answer that for yourself.
I'll change shooting off fireworks to something manly, or
No. Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
yeah. No,
There's
no,
big
no.
difference. I'm not sure anymore.
Sounds like you need to do some soul searching to figure that out.
Oh. 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 She's lucky.
Got him.
She's so lucky.
She's a star.
Cry, cry, cry for
in our lonely heart thinking.
If there's something
Missing in my life, then why do these tears come at night? Bet you guys didn't know the words to Lucky by Britney Spears. Oh, we traded lives? Okay, well, worth.
already dead, so.
Yeah, I know, it's fine. It's fine. It's fine.
And then the weird Titanic reference in the bridge.
What?
The old lady threw the necklace in the water at the end.
Oh yeah,
Don't you remember?
that's right. But I thought she threw it into the water at the end.
Yeah.
Well, I went down and got it for you, baby. Oh, you shouldn't have. Nothing. It's just like, it's so random because then it goes like a hard after that.
Right? Oh my god.
Hold on, I gotta put it on now. I actually have my Spotify audio separated, so I can.
Oh, good. I could, but I'm too lazy, and I never.
Lucky by Britney Spears.
Oh my god. Hold on, I need to.
This is a story about a girl named Lucky.
It's amazing.
She wakes up, knock, knock, knock on the door.
With the knocking noises. Wait, so how do we go down now? Well, you found it last time.
Yeah. No, it's this way, because there was a thing that I wanted to get. So I jumped up on a thing? Where the fuck was that?
So
She's a star.
Not that way. Where the fuck?
Do we have to go up?
Maybe.
Okay.
Maybe because the world broke, we have to go a different way? Yeah, what was the way that you found that was wrong?
This way. Like, you can go up and around, or you can go this way, the way that I just went. So we can go this way.
Oh, okay. That's...
Yeah.
I got lost.
Like, this is the way we went before.
No. It was definitely in Lucky.
It's Lucky. I'm listening to it right now.
I'm pretty sure. Now I'm questioning everything.
I'll tell you, because I have it playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is exactly the same way.
Oh, no. This is where the world broke. That's why it's such a far drop.
Oh, yeah.
Like, wait a minute.
Oh, yeah, Andy, I just got to that part. Oops, has that weird the breakdown?
No, you whore! Don't! Oh my god, this bitch. Oh, that's right, because it does that. It's oops,
Yeah, with the red jumpsuit.
Yep. Got lost in this game.
The music video's coming to me now.
Yeah. You're so right.
Yeah.
How could I have forgotten?
Because I was like, no, because they do it in the music video too. But you're right, it's in the red jumpsuit. I'm a fake Britney fan, man.
Okay, I can't judge you because I'm the one who brought it up in the first place.
It's true. You fucking Mandela affected me.
I did. I'm
You
sorry.
Mandela affected me. That's what happened, chat.
I did it on purpose. I just wanted
You were
to gaslight.
testing me. You were testing me if I was a real Britney fan, and I fucking failed.
Were you even alive? Okay, shut up.
Okay, can I just say, do you know how much pot I have smoked since the 2000s? Do you expect me? Do you expect me?
I don't even have that excuse. I just am dumb.
Do you even know Britney Spears, Britney? Andy?
Do you even know how to spell?
Do you even know Britney Spears? It's not Brittany Spears.
Stop! Oh my, this guy.
Who? Where?
I'm
Where?
It's the same fucker that I keep dying to. At least I get my runes back first. He's just a man.
He's just a man, derogatory. You guys are just girls. What do you know anyway? It's true.
I mean, that's fair. You're so right. You're so
But no, now that yeah, it's right. You're like, oh, you shouldn't have. Oops, yeah. Did it again to your heart. Yeah. Got lost in this game, oh, baby.
It's because they both have it's the weird spoken bridges.
Yeah, that just doesn't make sense and doesn't fit anything.
Right. So I just got them swapped.
Do you remember the trend? Do you guys remember the trend in the 2000s of voicemail interludes?
Like in The Call.
Yes, the Backstreet Boys, The Call.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love that song so much.
I fuck with the Backstreet Boys. It's not it's Britney, guys. Come on, put some respect.
I was an NSYNC girly. I had Backstreet Boys.
I was a Backstreet
CD,
Boys girly.
but I was an NSYNC girly. I still am.
I was
honestly.
such a Backstreet Boys girly that as a joke one year, my uncle got me an NSYNC book, and he specifically was like, "You have to broaden your horizons."
Oh my god.
And I was like, I do not. New Kids? Yeah. I definitely liked New Kids. No, I was like right there. But definitely Backstreet Boys, specifically Nick Carter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No,
I abandon here my love. His love.
Listen, Brittany's gone through a lot.
Leave Brittany alone. I honestly do leave her alone. Like, she has gone through some shit, but also like not that serious. She's like weird and fucked up now.
Well,
Understandable, but yeah.
you're just gliding.
I'm sliding along. Yeah.
Sliding and gliding. Got lost in a game, oh baby.
Not gonna. You are gonna shave your head? I would never
Just like
shave my head.
Brittany.
I would really I would have to be going through some like brain surgery, and there's absolutely no fucking way that they couldn't do it without shaving my whole head. I'm like, how much room do you need? 2 inches?
My head is very large, and I don't want to expose the world to that.
Oh yeah, the lasers. Yeah, I forgot. This is a laser section. Okay.
Ow. Don't. Oh no.
Yeah. This part sucks. I totally forgot this existed.
Ow. Fuck. Ain't
My
nothing
friend
wrong
didn't read
with
no. You said that. I think you said that a couple weeks ago. No, there's nothing. No. Let me clarify. There is nothing wrong with it, but I would not.
I'm not a. If that is the qualification of being a real Britney fan, then you are right. I'm not a real Britney fan. I'm a fake Britney fan then.
Fuck you. Ow, ow, ow. Don't, ow, don't. Okay, okay, okay. Whoa, by the skin of my teeth, I swear.
There's more. Do you see?
Yeah, but
I just want to make sure you know that we're going into more. All right. Okay, so down.
no.
Alright, that was gonna blow up. Oh, okay.
I have
Lasers.
learned. Oh, you can laser from so far away.
Yes. You can kind of hear it though, which is a little helpful, but not entirely helpful.
Ow, ow.
There's so
ow.
many, and they're like in sync with each other. In sync, get it? Because like we're just talking about it.
Don't. You bleed?
Do you bleed? You will.
Ow.
Alright, let's get out here.
Don't laser me. Don't laser me, bro.
Don't laser me, bro! Ooh, bird.
Ah!
I do like the birds that have a little bit of purple on their wing. I think they're pretty, but they do sleep damage, which I do not like as much.
Don't. Oh, bitch. Oh, there's another one over there.
Yeah. Alright, he's on me for now, if you can get up to him. Whee! 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 Oh, no, he's on you now.
I'm just going back and forth.
Okay.
Whew, boy.
Okay, so these are the exploding ones.
Yeah.
So.
Okay. I apparently landed right in front of one that I didn't see.
Oh.
Those don't.
Okay, another grace.
Good. Oh, I've got a blessing.
Blessing. Do I have one?
No.
No.
This will be the one that is making up for the one that I couldn't do earlier.
Yeah, I don't understand how you missed, like, we killed the guy together. I don't understand it.
Who knows? Ah! Who the fuck? Oh, a man! Derogatory!
Derogatory!
Ah! Get his bones!
Murder his bones! I can't. Oh, I was like, I can't. He fell, but he didn't fall all the way.
Murder his bones!
I don't need to. I killed him with holy.
Oh, I did.
Holy.
Holy.
Ew, this is goo. A big goo.
Oh, that is large goo. You gonna have large spikes? Got
Yep.
to do some shit.
Yes, he does. Nice.
Got him. You may be goo, but you bleed.
Oh, here's another goo.
A couple of goos.
Fuck your goos.
2 goos! 2 goos, Johnson. I do kind of like how they go splat.
Yeah. All right, this motherfucker. Do you like the moon?
Do you like bleeding?
Do you bleed? You will.
Multi-layered ring of
You
light.
will. Right, so we came in that way. So this way.
Blood. This way.
Will.
Bleed, blood, bleed.
You will bleed blood. Nobody
With
makes.
blood, bloody bleeding.
Nobody makes me bleed my own blood.
Just some flowers.
Nectar
Oh, there's
blood
rice.
virgin. Hmm?
Rice.
Guys? Was this the one with all the
What?
aminals?
Yeah.
Are they just playing?
They're just kind of chilling.
They're just playing.
I don't like that. I'm gonna rest and get on my shit.
Yes. Okay.
There's something up here.
Yeah.
What is it?
We'll see.
Okay. Hello? Hello? Oh no. I don't like it. I don't like it. How do you know? How do you know to fall down here?
I know because I did it, but
Yeah, but like the first time. how
I
did you
literally,
know?
I was with Yaga and I said, where do we go? And I said, are we supposed to go down? And she went, I don't know. And I said, I'll do it.
Got it.
I mean, that's what happened. Here he comes. There he is.
Well, that is a large sword.
Okay. You can relax with that.
You can just fucking chill, bro. I don't like how he stretches. That's
Well, he's made of the goo.
Yeah, I don't like it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
I'll do it. I've got this acid and I can't do it. Well, I'll do it.
I'll do it.
It's one of my favorite stupid movies, Hot Rod.
I haven't seen it.
It's very dumb. It's very, very stupid.
It seems like the kind of stupid that I am not interested in. Oh no.
It's about
no.
a bunch of idiot kids and one of them wants to be a stuntman, like a stunt driver. It's like a bunch of Saturday Night Live people.
Yeah.
Probably does not hold up. Oh, I don't give a fuck if it holds up. The safe word will be whiskey. I'm sorry, Rod. What? Whiskey. Why are you saying it that way? Why I am saying what way? Good night,
Have
Andy.
Thanks for hanging. I appreciate you. Yeah, we got the prettiest dresses. Ow.
You can jump that, by the way. The blue flames, when he does that, you can jump. You don't have to dodge it.
Well.
What way? Why I am saying what way? All of it.
I would tuck in, but I'm in the middle of fighting. But just know that I'm doing it anyway with my heart.
She's tucking her heart.
Oh. Oh yeah, I can jump.
Uh-huh.
Oh, well. Maybe not.
Okay, well, that was rude while I was fucking healing. Okay, well, I was healing.
Closer. Don't.
I hope you first try this.
It'll be really great. I don't want to. He's gross and gooey. Oh. Oh.
I did my best.
So about that first try, this first try is the first try I meant.
Yes. Correct.
My first attempt is starting when I say that it starts.
It's starting soon.
Yeah.
Don't even worry about it. You'll
Starting
know.
very soon. You'll see.
You'll know when the first try happens.
Shall we jump together?
Do you want to? Okay, ready?
Yeah.
Ready? 1, 2, 3, go. Wait, you how did you not?
I hit his forehead. I missed.
She baited me into killing myself, chat. Do you see that?
Oh my god.
We'll jump at the same time.
Yeah. I just wanted to see if you would do it.
It's a fake out, though.
I didn't mean to. I missed. Oh, and my runes. My runes.
Oh,
my
yeah.
many
Oh my
runes.
god.
No. Sir.
Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Oh no.
That was so many runes.
So many runes. Oh my gosh.
Fuck.
That was so funny because I forgot until you said that and I ended up getting mine.
I was next to my runes when I died.
Sucks.
Want to jump off with me?
Are you actually gonna this time?
I tried and I missed, okay?
All right. Ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Go.
Yay! Your skirt is like flipping out.
Your skirt is flipping out. Mine is fine.
So apparently the game cannot render both of our floppy skirts at the same time.
Cannot handle both. Oh, I'm so mad.
All right, let me get mine.
Don't worry, he's apparently hard focused on me.
Nope.
Gotta keep it coordinated.
Ah!
Oh, look, it's where I died. Did you get your runes?
No, I was on them.
Oh, how?
He
How
was
is
not
it
on
okay?
me.
How? Remember the first time? The first practice run?
Yeah, I do remember that.
When we did so well?
All right, well now it doesn't fucking matter anymore. Let's go.
No. I'm so upset.
I know, so am I.
But at least we're upset together.
Let's just jump to our death together.
Okay, wait for me though.
I will. Okay. Wait, can we go on a horn?
Ooh, that's fun.
I can't go any higher than this.
Okay, ready?
Oh, yeah. Okay, ready? 2,
3, 2, 1,
go.
go.
Yay! Your skirt's freaking out.
You're freaking out so much. I was gonna drink. I can't drink a potion while I'm falling.
No, you can't drink while you're falling.
Ridiculous. Ding ding. Hello, dinner's ready.
No. Moon? Do you like the moon?
Have you heard the good news about our Lord and Savior, the moon? No.
You can't drink and fall. That's illegal.
Fuck.
Oh, no, you dead?
Man, yeah.
Okay. I will let him dedge me.
Maybe I'll try the other sword.
What other sword?
The dragon one.
The Dargon one? Yeah, you can try.
See if, because its thing is like pull over and take steps. Ray.
Yeah, you can't drink and drive. Guys, come on.
Like a drink a park.
Exactly. Drink and park, like that band?
Yeah. Like System of a Down.
Hmm. System of a Down, the only band.
Okay, wait, and sword. Switch the sword to this bitch. Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. I don't like how ludicrously large the scabbard is for the sword.
Oh, yeah. Okay,
Ready?
drink our physique. Okay.
3, 2, 1, go. If you live your life like the bank, drinking park.
He died, so in the end it doesn't even matter. Wow, too soon, dude. Too soon.
I was like, I don't know about the Lincoln Park bank.
The bank, Lincoln Park?
Was that like Chase? It didn't even matter. I put my trust
In you,
you.
pushed as far as I can go.
For all this.
There's only one thing I can say.
I put my trust
In you.
Ah! You fucking boomerang ass nonsense. Did you get burned?
Nope.
Oh,
And that was my mimic.
oh fucking god damn it, I jumped over.
Oh, you got
and
burned.
also-
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
I got for spitting. Should have spent some runes to level up before this.
What
Best thing
runes?
with it-
They're gone.
I meant before we fought him the first time.
We'll probably get some runes for killing him, though. Just probably a couple.
Just a couple.
Just a
Just, like,
couple.
at
Like-
least 3.
Yeah, like
Maybe-
probably 3.
Maybe like. Do you think we could get like 17, or is that too much?
17? I mean, it depends on how good we do. Like, how many first tries? I mean, the only first try.
Right, there can only be one first try.
Right.
Ray, what accent are you requesting?
Like a Valley Girl accent. Ah!
I'm coming for you!
I did not mean to do that. Oh god.
Ow. Ow. No. Oh, you boomerang ass bitch.
Oh. My mimic just
Okay.
got the critical on it. Okay.
I didn't know it could do that.
Can you sing it while falling to your death? Sure.
I put my trust.
I cannot believe that just happened. Oh god. I just went right off the side.
No, 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 no.
Gotta get my dog trained early, you know, for all the screaming.
What is it? What do they say it was with horses? For desensitizing training or whatever they call it?
Oh yeah. No, 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 no.
I like how they were detailed enough with this dress to give it side seams. Do you think that's like a French seam, or how do you think they finished their seams on this dress?
I'm not sure. Anyway, countdown.
3, 2, 1, lift off!
Yay! Hooray!
You are freaking out.
You're freaking out.
No, you're freaking out.
Oh, you're freaking out! Hello, sir.
Moon.
Moon.
The moon haunts you.
No.
Oh, sir, please, 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 please don't. Please don't. Please, please don't.
Are you ready for it? Bow, bow, bow. Ow. Don't. Don't.
Oh my god, Ray! Am I so boring?
Oh my god, how could you disrespect both of us like that?
Ray doesn't think we're good streamers.
Oh my god.
That's why he has to play games while we're streaming, because he's so bored.
Ray.
Shit, I pushed the wrong button, but I fucking somehow survived. Holy shit.
Oh, no, no, no. My mimic died. What? You've got to get your what? What?
Oh my god, please, 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 please.
Heal, 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 hit! Don't.
Just,
don't,
yeah, you gotta
don't,
keep distance from him, yeah.
Don't. Heal,
yeah.
No. Oh, you fuck. This is gonna kill me.
Oh, it's okay. That's the last one. Heal up.
Oh! Stop puking your shit at me. Okay. What are you talking about, Ray?
Timberborn.
Okay. That was very important context.
So he said, ready for it? Oh my god, Ray, are you playing a game? Because every time I'm streaming and I see him pop up on Steam that he's playing a game, I always like call him out and I'm like, oh my god, Ray, are you playing a game while I'm streaming? So he was like he's like ready for it because I'm about to log into and obviously you couldn't see that it was Timberborn.
So all I saw was that he was playing a game, and then I saw you're still on my phone. I just got to get my beeve on.
Yeah.
With no context.
No, that is the context. That is the context.
You're gonna be confusing about the beeves? Listen, you know. You're doing what? You don't understand what reference. Ready? Okay, 3, 2, 1, jump. We jumped together this time.
Yay!
You're still falling faster than me somehow.
Because I'm just better.
Wow. Okay.
I'm simply just better.
I saw some bees during the streamathon.
Yeah, I beefed pretty hard during the streamathon.
Yeah. Oh no. I wasn't okay.
What?
This.
That was very fast.
You know, I can see how you could be obsessed.
Yeah, there's Justice Beaver. Yep, you're right. And then there's all of the other ones that are just simply Justin Beaver.
Justice Beaver, and then all of the other ones.
Or just Justin, yeah.
Oh boy. Oh boy.
Oh boy. Like a week ago? Ray, it was much longer than a week ago. You've been beaving pretty hard. You've been beaving pretty hard. You haven't even come up for air. You don't even know what day it is. I logged into Steam the other day, and you know how it shows like your friends' activities or whatever? It was just like, oh my god. It was just like 12 or 15 posts of like different mods that Ray had downloaded for Beaver. I almost said Beaverton. Wait, what?
Did you die?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh no. Well,
Is
that's
it
not the
because
right
I
one.
fell? I didn't actually jump?
That shouldn't matter because you fell that one time.
All right, I'm jumping. Maybe I'll meet you there. I don't know.
Probably not. I will be dead. Good luck, Gigi. Thank you. I'm gonna do so good. Like if you meet a really tall woman. Oh my god. How short are you that you would need a ladder? That's what I want to know.
Well, if you meet a really tall woman, you know?
Oh, like the lady in the one temple?
Yes. You would probably need a ladder. It's true.
For whatever you're trying to...
But no, for the Beaver game.
Whatever activity.
That's simply what he means.
Yeah.
Don't get it twisted, chat. He's just talking about the Beaver game.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't get it twisted.
Don't get twisted. Okay, but don't. Ah, your fucking horse! Your horse isn't allowed to attack me! He doesn't even have a sword! Ah! I don't think I'm doing better with this sword than I was before.
Oh, that was a circle. Okay.
Yeah, that's what killed me the one time.
I was just expecting the regular, not a circle.
It's like a really far away circle, so I was like, oh, he has really bad aim. But then the circle constricts, and then you're fucked.
I wonder if she's cold. She's not shivering or anything, but she's so little. I just wonder if she's cold.
Do you have heat in your room?
Well, I mean, I have the AC on.
Well, I mean, yeah. I meant like, central.
Oh, no, I've got a window unit. I mean, she's got blankets that she's choosing to not go underneath, so...
She's probably fine.
She can't be that cold. Why is it so
Ready?
much harder on my side?
I don't know.
Okay.
3, 2, 1, yeehaw!
Oh, that one was really coordinated.
Was. Gotta keep it coordinated. Do 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 do. That's a different song. Party rock is in the house tonight.
What?
Wait. Oh, I
I'm
switched
stuck under
weapons.
his legs.
I forgot that I switched weapons. You don't know anything. Clearly you don't know anything about music. Hello. Ow. Oh no. Stop hurting my mimic, she's trying so hard.
Oh, the horse. Wait, he's on
fucking
the horse. How did the horse... Okay, whatever. That's bullshit.
Okay. I was far too close to him for that attack. Just kill him. Oh my god. That's what I was forgetting to do. Shit. Thank you for...
we're supposed to kill him?
I knew I was
Oh.
your beaver at him. That's a different kind of fight.
Oh, we're supposed to kill him. That makes sense.
Oh my god. So wait, are we trying to kill him, or are we trying to give him a Shakespearean death?
Are we supposed to kill him or kill him derogatory?
If I want to win,
What do you win?
again, fight fire with beaver. Oh my god. My question still stands. Are we trying to murder or are we trying to give him a Shakespearean death? Because those are different. 3, 2, 1, go! Oh, hell yeah. Because one is stab and one is not. Love. That's not... No. That's not what I'm talking about. Is he dying a little death, or... I don't think that's the command. Why am I getting injured? Oh, that's right. My blood thing hurts me.
Yes, it does. Oh, that goes very far. Okay.
It does go very far. Okay. Stop. Yeah,
Okay.
fucking circle ass bitch. Bleed. Do you like bleeding? Do you like blood? Oh.
Yeah, he's like, I like your
not.
blood.
Apparently he does not like bleeding. This guy sucks.
Killing me,
I don't
Smalls.
like this guy. This guy is mean. With a stupid horse, his stupid sword, and his stupid globby bullshit. That's all I have to say about that.
That's all I gotta say about that.
That's all I gotta say about that.
That's all I gotta say about that.
You say he's stupid.
Right. This is a boss fight on its own over here.
Getting up to the other horn.
Because for some reason, we're still doing it this way.
Why not? 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, does it scan my stream? Like, how does it fucking know? Oh no, because Ray said kill it. But nobody's just said that it's Putrescent Knight. How does it know? Explain it to me. A little less talk about Brittany and a little more bonking. Okay, fuck you, bot.
How dare you restrict
You
our talk
bot?
about Britney? What the fuck? Leave Brittany
He's like,
alone.
maybe if you guys stop talking about Britney Spears, you'll actually be able to accomplish something with your life.
We stopped talking about Britney Spears a long time ago. You bitch.
Knocked me out of my moon. I don't even have big bonks. I literally have the moon.
I just have my blood. Ow, what? Oh, well, this bullshit.
Okay.
What are we blinking? Who are we blinking? What are we blinking? When are we?
My timing! I don't know why it did that. It like double jump. I don't know why it did that. Okay, whatever.
Oh.
It like double jumped. Don't do it.
Don't do it. Stop it. Can I just? Nope. Are you saying that beavers are easy?
Less pop
Wow.
diva drama, more boss damage. Unless Christina has a spell that makes Putrescent Knight spontaneously combust, my loyalty remains with the maidens. Wow.
Wow, 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 wow,
Wow, wow, wow, wow, wow.
wow, 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 wow,
Wow, wow, wow, wow, wow.
I wish I could see that in my chat. I don't
You
know why
honestly
that
don't though, because it's so tacky sometimes.
Yeah, but I still like I'm like missing out on context sometimes.
I guess so. I don't know how to make it so you can see it.
Yeah, well, so can I, and so can Lady Gaga. So
Lady Gaga.
ready?
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
So can people in France.
It's not that exciting. What
It's-
are you considering a high C?
Like the drink? High C Ecto Cooler. Elden Ring, not Elden Sing. Wow, bot.
Clearly, your bot doesn't know anything about my streams.
I dodged. I dodged. I dodged. I dodged. I dodged. Oh, I'm so pissed the fuck off. I dodged that. I actually dodged that. I'm so pissed.
Fuck you. How does your sword do so much damage? And people in Canada can speak French, and if people in Canada can do it, then you know it's not that hard.
Wow. GG hates Canadians. You heard it here first.
I don't. I actually love Canadians. I wish I was Canadian.
Just 1 second. She's stirring. I just want to make sure she settles back down.
Ferret. I was talking about you. God, no idea what a hoser. I literally just said I love Canadians, Ferret. You ever seen a hockey game? Yes, and I don't like it.
Oh my god, GG hates Canadians. You heard it here first, chat. Live, caught in 4K.
Because I don't like hockey? I hate
Yeah, that's literally the Canadian national pastime.
Actually, it's lacrosse.
I was making like an American baseball joke, you know, because Americans are obnoxious about baseball. 3 to 1 go!
I wasn't prepared.
It's okay. That was why I did it.
Stop trying to cancel me. I'm allowed to have my own opinion.
Cancelled. I'm allowed to have my own opinions about hating people. Entire cultures.
It's kind of one note and stereotypical to say that Canadians' entire culture is hockey. I'm just saying. Like,
Listen, I'm not the one who hates Canadians, okay?
Listen.
Why am I missing every shot?
I'm trash. I am currently trash.
It's okay, we're just practicing.
You're right. He moves so fast. Well, he moves too fast for my shit.
Oh, Mimic? Okay, good.
Yeah, my Mimic just died.
Oh, I just died.
Oh, no. Yeah, well, I'm not the Geneva Convention, so I don't give a fuck about the Geneva Convention. War crimes? Perfect.
War crimes? My favorite.
Love them. I feel like it goes without saying that I don't actually believe that. I just want to get that out there right now.
Prerequisite, none of this is true.
Prerequisite, like, clarification, not
For
real.
legal reasons, this is a joke.
You mean System of a Down?
Yeah.
I should love Franz Ferdinand songs.
Nazis come from Canada. That's extreme. But not untrue. I'm kidding. I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding, I'm kidding.
3, 2, 1, go!
Whee! It's not a real joke unless it comes from the joke region of France. France
Otherwise,
isn't real.
Sparkling nonsense.
Yeah. Just crispy water, exactly.
Ooh, crispy. Stay away from me.
Wow, you dodged my moon.
Wow, honestly, rude. Yeah, say more true things about me. I honestly didn't know you guys knew me so well. I'm flattered. Ow, fuck you. Isn't France the joke region of France? Oh my god.
Show me on the map where France exists.
You can't. It's just like
You can't.
Delaware. I am just disappointed constantly. God damn it. Stop. I'm gonna die. Yep.
Shit.
I got frostbitten.
Frostbitten?
Quote, what are you even trying? I don't know. Quote picked a good pink quote there. Just saying.
Just want to
Mine
say,
was a little bit
those
disappointing.
were two different sentences.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I guess 3 different sentences. The oh god was one thing. And then Franklin said something and I was like, that was very good, Franklin. And then open your mouth was also something else. So it's just, you know.
Uh-huh.
I just want to say, I was trying to catch shiny Ghastlies, and the only way to tell if they're shiny is to look inside their mouth because the color of their mouth is different. Okay? Just want to clarify that.
Ray, you're joking. I don't like maple syrup, actually. I just put butter on pancakes.
Okay, Gigi hates everything.
I don't hate everything.
Name one thing that you like.
Potatoes.
Okay, well that doesn't count because everyone likes potatoes.
You can't tell me to name a thing that I like, that I name a thing that I like, and you say it can't count. 3, 2, 1, go.
Name 27 things you like right now.
Potatoes, cheese, most of it.
Potatoes only prepared certain ways. Cheese only in certain forms.
Sugar cookies, chocolate chip cookies, chocolate brownies, sour cream and onion Pringles.
You
Plain
live-
baked.
your diet is very boring.
Nuh-uh.
Nuh-uh.
I like chicken.
Chicken.
Cheese, most. Waffles. No. I died.
No. Chi-Chi, no.
No. I was too busy thinking of things that I like.
But you can't do it because chocolate chips, chocolate cake, fried chocolate, chocolate milk, hot chocolate, chocolate gumbo. Exactly. Okay, so we get that you like chocolate in some
And
forms
no.
and not all.
I don't like dark chocolate.
Somehow I knew it.
Oh my god. I like wine. That is white wine. I like cider. I think, okay, so here's the thing. I think know why. I think I just have a stronger than normal, like, bitter palate. And so things that are bitter, I don't like. So I don't like red wine. I don't like coffee. I don't like some teas. I don't like dark chocolate. I don't like beer.
Mm.
And it just, like, it lingers for way too long. 3, 2, 1, go. You didn't go.
I did. I swiped my sword.
You abandoned.
So I activated it.
You abandoned me.
No, I'm literally here. But now my sword is glowing and I'm ahead of the game. I did not. Don't cry for me, Argentina.
The truth is, you just left me.
I did not.
You abandoned me. I will never forgive you.
What?
Jeepers,
I just got
he's adding in
flattened.
liquid axe. You can't just do that.
I just
70
got like
times
flattened.
in. Okay. Maybe don't.
Encore, encore.
No. No. No.
Guys, Ellie is so cute. She's just sleeping and she's just so cute.
Orsa! Fucking horse!
Fucking horse.
I like pasta.
I like pasta too.
I like almost all pasta.
Do you like all sauces?
I haven't tried all sauces.
Well, I mean, like, okay, so you like red sauce?
I like red sauce. I
Do you
like
like white
Alfredo
sauce?
I like,
Do you like
yeah,
wine sauce?
Yeah.
Like orange
I like
sauce or
vodka
pinks?
sauce.
Pinkses? Yeah, vodka sauce.
Mhm.
Ew.
I like mushroom cream sauce.
I don't like mushrooms.
I love mushrooms.
I don't. They taste like the earth.
Delicious. 3, 2, 1, go. I like vegetables. Some.
Some. I like some vegetables too. I don't like all vegetables. I will be honest. I will be honest. Oh my god, am I gonna... Oh, I thought I was gonna hit the cliff above and I wasn't gonna make it.
I like cucumbers.
Oh, I love cucumbers with ranch. I like carrots.
I like celery.
I like celery.
I like tomatoes.
I don't like tomatoes.
I love tomatoes.
I can't do the texture of tomatoes.
I like broccoli. I like cauliflower.
I like both of those too.
I like peas.
I love peas.
And corn.
I love corn.
I like some lettuces.
I like green lettuce. And I like iceberg lettuce. I like butter lettuce.
I like romaine.
I like romaine lettuce.
I like spinach.
Spinach is good too. Like a good spinach
See,
dip.
I like things. I just don't like all things.
I don't like avocado.
I love avocado.
Save it for the podcast. It's just a podcast of us listing vegetables.
This podcast is all foods that we like. Okay, I'm coming. I'm coming. Wait for me.
Let's see if I die though. I died.
How did you die?
Because if you fall, apparently it doesn't count. I don't know.
The horse is just sitting here.
It's okay. I'm coming back now. He'll probably spawn in a second. Yeah.
Hello?
Is he not coming?
Hello?
All right, I'm running. I'm running. Maybe he'll spawn when I run. Whee!
Guacamole.
Guacamole. That's
Peel the
some
avocado. I like how the hems of our dresses are just in the water.
Is he locked out of the door?
Rishavakadu.
He's locked out of the door.
He got stuck.
He's literally locked out of the fog wall. Look at.
Can we attack him?
He can attack us. Yeah.
I don't know if I can.
I did damage to him.
I can't target him.
Oh, I can't target him. I'm just doing shots in his direction.
If this is the one that we win, does it count?
I don't want it to be, but at the same time, like,
don't want to fight him anymore.
I also like don't care if the game breaks and I have to beat him to fix the game. What else am I gonna do? Like, if I have to beat him to fix the game, what else am I? How else was I supposed to do this? All right, so he's gonna do the goose to us still. Oh, is he gonna be able to get out because of the goo? Oh, look, the goo's going up.
Oh.
Look.
Up goo. Oh, he's gooing again.
Yeah, but it can't get in the arena somehow.
Ow.
Okay, that one did. Okay. Hell yeah, me and my mimic just throwing the moon.
I don't think I'm doing jack shit to him, honestly.
Oh.
Did he get out?
I thought he was going to for a second, but he can't. Alright, wherever. Okay.
Ow.
No way, dude. Okay. Show where you are? Okay. I was like, I just need you to show where you are so I can...
Show me where you are. Ow.
Alright, well, as long as he doesn't move. Okay, my moon literally just went at the complete opposite direction. That's fine. Wow, that was actually stupid. That was actually stupid.
cheesed the fuck out of that, but the game cheesed it.
The game
honestly.
broke, and like, wait, how are we supposed to get back
What
up?
are we gonna do? Not
How are we gonna get up? Is the question.
die.
I literally need 1,500 more.
Yeah, same. Because we have the same. Because we both lost.
Because we
all of our
both lost. Yeah, we both died. 1,500. Oh, here's one for 1,600. Look at that.
I mean, we could have let him kill us, and then
I don't even know if he could. Well, I guess he could have because he was doing some hits.
almost died a couple of times.
Fuck that. Fuck that game. I'm not letting the game defeat me.
No.
No.
And you know what? There's no evidence of it. No one's gonna know that.
No one's. How are they gonna know?
They're gonna know.
How are they gonna know?
Beep bum 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 beep bum 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 bum.
How would they know?
How would they know? They're gonna know.
But how would they know?
No idea. There's no video evidence. I got a cookbook. Beep bop. Look at that giant fucking.
Are you
penguin?
gonna talk to her?
Oh. There's somebody to talk to?
This
Imbibe nectar.
there's
Would
a
you like to
girl. What do you mean? Do you see her face?
I see. I see. Oh, there she is.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm just walking.
Yeah, no, we're imbibing the liquid apparently. Or I am, because you interacted for us.
Oh. I'm just walking. Agnes has died.
You're stuck. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
You're trying
I'm
to trying to walk around to the front of her, but you're stuck.
I'm super stuck.
All right, hold on. If I rest, does it reset her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, nope. I'm just walking now. Goodbye! Goodbye forever!
forever.
I have no control. I can't do
You're just walking. Goodbye.
Can I... Was it the Garden of Deep Purple St. Trina?
Yeah.
Okay, let's see if... So, the mod kind of got a little jumbly there for a minute. It's fine.
It's fine. Okay, go to the front of her.
Hello?
Go to the front of her this time.
Hello! I just have dots. Imbibe nectar. Hello. I'm gonna imbibe. Glub, glub, glub. Oh no. Gertrude has died. Gertrude, no!
So, another thing that I have no idea how the first person figured this out, or why the first person figured this out, but you have to drink her nectar and die 5 times for her to talk to her.
Oh, sure.
So just keep drinking and dying. So somebody sat here and just kept drinking and dying.
Now you're walking.
No, I'm drinking.
Oh, you're walking for me.
Oh.
My face is in your butt. Oh.
Did I just die on your screen or what?
Yeah.
I just flopped over. I just looked at it.
You were walking and then you were dead.
And then just flop. That was funny. I just happened to look over when it happened on your screen. Oh, that's too funny.
Silly. This game is silly. Hello. Would you like to kill me again? Beep boop 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 beep boop 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 boop. Oh hi. You're just running around in circles. Oh, I died.
Imbibe nectar.
Imbibe.
Imbibe nectar.
Imbibe nectar. Oh. He's talking to me. Stop. Was that it?
Mm-mm.
Do I have to talk to her again?
Hold on, I have to hear what she said. Did she say,
Make
godhood would be a
stop.
death for him or whatever?
No.
Okay, so yeah, talk to him one more time.
Go back. I'm just gonna keep dying.
Yeah. I think the last one is something along the lines of like godhood would be a prison for him or something along those lines. Should be the last one.
Glump. I died.
Oh, you stood up and then died again.
Sure. That makes sense. Whoop.
Whoop, whoop. Just kidding.
Whoop, 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 whoop. God would be his prison. His prison.
A cage divinity is
Cool.
saving.
Yeah, so basically she's asking us to kill Mikola. Lore, if anyone cares. Saint Trina is like the goddess of sleep. That's why everything down here is like purple and sleep and whatever. And people were theorizing when Elden Ring came out that because we've never seen Saint Trina, that we think that Saint Trina was the alter ego of Mikola. Because Mikola is cursed with like eternal like childhood and like childlike features and stuff like that. But he looks very feminine. And people in Japan are usually kind of against that. So people are like, why? Like, why would they make him look feminine, whatever. So people theorized for years that he was like secretly like the alter ego of Saint Trina. And that's why now this confirms that that's true, because he is separating parts of his physical body with his ethereal body because he wants to ascend to godhood. So he separated his other half with her and left her down here in this like pit, basically. Okay. This is probably a good place to call it for this weekend.
I am tired.
Yes. We did much. We did very many much.
We did very many much.
We did very many much. And I have a doggy to housebreak, so.
Yeah.
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 All right, next weekend, do we want to tell them what we're doing next weekend, or should it be a surprise?
Yeah.
So next weekend, we're not doing Elden. We are playing Peak, but we are inviting our friend 86 Driver to play with us. So we are playing Peak with the Driver.
Yeah.
Driver.
Crazy.
It'll be crazy. We're gonna climb so many mountains.
Climb
so many
mountain, fjord, every fjord.
Oh gosh. Okay, I am probably not gonna raid out because I don't raid out anymore apparently because I'm a jerk off.
Me neither, I guess. It's fine.
It's fine.
We'll just hang out.
Yeah.
I'll be live on Monday, assuming that work doesn't suck. We're gonna do more blueprints.
Blueprints. I should be live tomorrow, but obviously, you know, things are things. But I should be live tomorrow. We're getting close to the end of Clear Obscure, which is crazy.
Ooh,
yeah. It's so fun, but it's very trauma.
I've heard
I
really
think I've cried like 3 or 4 times in this game already.
Mm-hmm.
So
Crazy.
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 All right, everybody.
All right.
Thanks for hanging out.
Yeah. Love you
GG.
guys. See you later. Thanks for playing
Yes.
with Ink.
Yes, thank you for being here. Good night, everybody. See you
night,
later.
goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye. Goodbye.
Aw.
Goodbye. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye. Goodbye.